Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it going? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pranveer Haripsad from the CIDB. I'd like to welcome everyone. And I would like to inform you that the session is going to be starting in the next few minutes. So all those that are actually having tea and are at the exhibition areas, if you can please join us in the main hall. We'd really appreciate that. If you can please take the time to come down, take your seats. The principals will be entering the hall quite soon, so we'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to let you all know that we're going to be starting the session in the next few minutes. If you can please make your way to the hall, it'll highly be appreciated. Thank you.
baba. Eh? Ngingambuza kuwe. Eh? Why? Yeah. Our colleagues, we will start shortly. Attendance. Right. Yes, baby. Yeah.
KBC is asking if we can ask people to move to the front, so those that are late can just fill in from the back.
Okay. Colleagues, can we try to move to the front, especially the last few rows, so those that come late can just enter and sit at the back? Lishan, if you guys can assist us there to move to the front, and so that we don't get a lot of disturbance for those that come late. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm good. Right up. Sure. Ah, great. Ungangishayela. Our colleagues, may we all rise to welcome our MEC and executive mayors. Colleagues, may we rise. Yeah. No MEC. We'll stand a little bit just to warm up. We are going to have an exciting day today. Thank you very much, colleagues. We may be seated. Colleagues, my name is Bongani Dladla. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the CIDB. We are so happy to be here, both as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure nationally, CIDB, Department of Infrastructure Development in the province of Gauteng, all our local municipalities under the district of cidb. Colleagues, allow me to greet the Honorable Deputy Minister Sihle Zikalala, who will join us shortly, who is the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Honorable MEC of Infrastructure Development and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Gauteng Province, Honorable Mamabolo, our executive mayors, the Mayor of cidb District Municipality, His Worship, Councillor Maloka, His Worship, the Executive Mayor of Mfuleni Municipality, Councillor Marco, the Board Chairperson of the CIDB, the Board Chairperson of Agrima, CIDB Board members, the management of CIDB, all our stakeholders, and most importantly, our contractors from the various regions of Gauteng. Today we are here to deal with a few issues that are very important to our contractors, issues ranging from contractor development, access to opportunities, funding support to our contractors, skills development, and collaboration. And we have assembled an array of speakers and stakeholders that are here to assist us. Before we start, may I ask that we have the national anthem. We will stand again, good people. Thank you very much. Before we get too excited, can we have His Worship, Councillor Lerato Malauko, the Executive Mayor, to come and warmly welcome us in his space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Firstly, let me indicate, Program Director, that Councillor Lerato Maloka is she. Now, who's standing here is he. The reason is because Councillor is not well, so I'm standing in for the Executive Mayor of cidb, Mayor Maloka. Honorable Minister, Member of Parliament, Deputy Sihle Zikalala, in his absentia, Honorable Jacob Mamabulo, MEC Infrastructure Development and Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng, Councillor Hassan Mako, Executive Mayor of Mfuleni Local Municipality, as well as Executive Mayors of Midval and Lesedi Local Municipality. Mr. Kuli Lenzo, Chairperson of the Construction Industry Board, Mr. Bongani Dlala, Chief Executive Officer of the CIDB, distinguished guests, industry partners, and most importantly, emerging contractors, women, youth, and entrepreneurs joining us today. Sanibonani Dumela, good morning. It is my singular honor to privilege to welcome you all to the cidb District Municipality, the historic cradle of South Africa's economic democracy and an industrial heartland undergoing a profound economic transition. We gather here today at the Emerald Hotel in Vanderbijlpark not merely to host an event, but to forge a transformative partnership for sustainable development. Honorable MEC, Executive Mayor, I was reminded of the immense responsibility we hold. The Gauteng Contractor Development Outreach Roadshow arrives at a defining moment of our district under the banner of development through partnership. We are here to unlock real training, compliance knowledge, and sustainable project opportunities for those who have historically stood on the sidelines of the construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, in our recent State of the District Address 2026, we committed to consolidating our plan, reinventing our economy, and accelerating service delivery under District Development Model, which is DDM. Our newly adopted cidb 1 plan, third generation, is designed to dismantle sectoral silos, strengthen intergovernmental relations, and forge private sector partnership to shift our district from a state recovery to an inclusive economy. Honorable MEC, the construction sector is the ultimate vehicle for this spatial, social, and economic transformation, whether it is in the mega catalytic developments of Val Special Economic Zone, the Val Metropolis, or the multi-billion rand infrastructure upgrades like the Section 63 water and sanitation intervention by rainwater, new road network construction and existing road repairs, human settlement development. Our region is ready to massive growth. However, this growth means nothing if we are not with our local businesses are left outside. Ladies and gentlemen, the Val SEZ serves as the primary vehicle to diversity Citibank economy away from heavy steel dependency, backed by the millions in state funding, and SEZ offers targeted initiatives for the development and industrialization across 5 growth sectors: energy mix and green economy, transport and logistics, tourism and hospitality, agro-processing and agribusiness, industrial cannabis. If you have missed or not aware about these milestones today on the Val SEZ, please visit podcast #Let's Check In Network on YouTube. Today's outreach is to prepare local businesses, emerging contractors, women and youth to take advantage to current and future opportunities in the industrialization of Citibank region. Distinguished guests, in Citibank district, only 37% of our total procurement expenditure stays within the Citibank district. We have drawn a line in the sand. We must aggressively localize our supply chain. Today's roadshow is a direct answer to that imperative. By empowering our emerging contractors, particularly women-owned, youth-owned, and township enterprises, we ensure that Citibank money builds Citibank businesses. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, to our small, medium, and micro enterprises present today, the masterclass of tendering, compliance, and financial management featured in this program are your stepping stones to building sustainable enterprises. Use this platform to engage with the CIDB, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and our provincial leadership. Take the tools we provided today to elevate your business, create local jobs, and help us reignite industrial spirit to the Val. Program Director, distinguished guests, today, the Deputy Minister Sihle Zikalala, our MEC and entire CIDB management team, thank you for bringing the vital initiative to our doorstep. Your presence underscores and shared intergovernmental commitment to living your presence underscores a shared intergovernmental commitment to leaving no one behind. Once again, a warm Citibank welcome to you all. May the roadshow, the interactive, impactful, and the beginning of long-term partnership that transform leadership of Gauteng. Thank you, and God bless the people of Citibank. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much for that wonderful welcome. We really all feel at home now, and we can really delve into the details of today. May I ask that our board chairperson of the CIDB, Ubabu Kulilenzo, come to the stage to set the scene for us and also reflect on the National Construction Summit resolution and contractor development priorities of the sector. Babunzo, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm not sure if I'm audible. Can you guys hear me loudly and clearly? Good morning, colleagues. Firstly, allow me to acknowledge the MEC. I always call him my favorite MEC, but when he's on the podium, you will know why. MEC Mamabolo is very, very energetic. To the councillors, the acting executive mayor, and the executive mayor of Mfuleni, Councillor Marco, and most importantly, to you good people, our contractors. Good morning to you all. And I need to acknowledge that you are the most important guests here. You are the business owners the job creators, the people who will take risks and turn plans into actions. As I was preparing this morning, I had to really laugh at myself. And I guess I'm together with millions of South Africans that watched Bafana Bafana last night or yesterday morning when they played Korea. To be honest, I'm one of those who did not believe. I didn't think they could do it, but they proved me wrong, so I'm eating my humble pie. I guess they surprised many of us here today. But that also made me think about why we are here today. We're not in Sedibeng just because another government event is taking place. We're here because the construction industry also needs to change its story. As the chairperson of the CIDB, I take our responsibility very seriously. Infrastructure is much more than roads, bridges, and buildings. It is about creating jobs, growing the economy, and improving people's lives. When a road is delayed, the business suffers. When a school or hospital is poorly built, the community suffers. That is why the work we do matters. And that is why helping your business grow and be sustainable is important to me as the CIDB. Our theme today is development through partnerships. But what does that mean for you and I? For too long, development has meant helping someone register a business, register a grade, giving them a certificate, and then after them, you wish them all the best. That is not good enough. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Real development means helping that business grow. Making profit, Executive Mayor, is important as well. I think as business people who are shy to say that we need to make profit. Buying the equipment, creating the jobs, and staying in business for many years is as vitally important. Our goal at the CIDB is to help contractors move away from surviving from one tender to another. We want you to build sustainable businesses that grow stronger every year and every day. In our summit last year, it gave us a clear plan to improve the construction industry. Today, we're putting that plan together. And there are basically three things that I would want to highlight today. You will agree with me that access to finance is one of the most important things for our contractors. We know that is one of the biggest challenges that faces small contractors, is cash flow. Many businesses have the skills to do the work, but cannot get the money to fund the projects. That is why, as CIDB, we have responded to this call. We've jointly put hands together with CITFA to launch our 300 million rand fund, construction fund. That was a month ago. So we don't only talk, we do. And that fund is designed to help emerging contractors access affordable finance so that they can grow, create the jobs, and do the bigger projects. The second issue is building better skills. We need to be a skilled industry. Money alone is not enough. To build a successful business, you also need to have good management skills. This is why the CIDB has introduced the CIDB certificate in construction management through our build program. Free of charge, CIDB pays to educate. You have no reason to say, I don't know anything about construction, I'm just doing it. And this is a warning that acquiring this certificate now in the future might be a requirement. So I'm giving you, Sedibeng, the heads up. Before you see it as legislation or as a prescript, you must know it's getting to that. Because why are we doing this? We want a quality group of builders. People who have an idea, who know what they are doing. This is not just another training course. It is designed to help you manage your business better, improve your performance, and prepare your company to move from one step to a higher one, and from one grade to a higher grade. Thirdly, we are here today to give you information. You cannot grow your business if you don't know what opportunities are coming. That is why today we've packaged this program in the manner that it is. That it becomes an information sharing session about Gauteng's infrastructure projects and pipeline projects that are coming up. We will deal with that session after lunch. We want you to know the projects that are coming so that you can prepare, plan, invest, and position your business before tenders are even advertised. That's why we are here, to improve the state of our industry. And I need to be honest now to you as the contractors. Partnership is a two-way thing. I'm sure you all agree with me. A successful partnership needs commitment from everyone. Again, I speak on your behalf and I say government departments, municipalities, government agencies, and all public sector partners must create a fair, transparent, and reliable environment for contractors. They must pay our contractors on time. I thought I'd get a round of applause for that. Payments must be made on time, contracts must be honored, and remove unnecessary delays that make it difficult for business to survive. But contractors themselves have a responsibility. Contractors need to deliver quality work. You must run your business professionally. There is no place for cutting corners. If you want your business to grow, you must think beyond today's project. Build a business that is well managed, trusted by clients, and ready for bigger opportunities. I'm sure you agree to that commitment as well. Going back to the Bafana Bafana story, if Bafana Bafana could change people's expectations on the world stage, then our construction industry can also change its future. We have talented people, we have hard-working entrepreneurs, and we have real opportunities here in Gauteng that we will share with you. Today is not about listening to presentations. Ask the questions, share the ideas, provide inputs, build those relationships. Meet people who can become your business partners. Leave this room with new knowledge, new contacts, new opportunities. The CIDB is committed to helping each and every company grow. I'm committed to helping you grow. So I leave you with one question. Are you ready? Are you ready to build a business? Are you ready to build a business that will still be standing long after your name is gone? Thank you very much. We are ready.
Thank you very much, Board Chairperson. I thought you was going to say, are we ready to make money as contractors? Please help me welcome our Honorable Deputy Minister Sihle Zikalala, who's joined us. He is leading this initiative of ensuring that we integrate contractor development program to be meaningful, and has tasked us to go across the country to ensure that as many contractors benefit as possible. Please help me welcome for an official address by our host MEC, Honorable Mamabolo, the MEC for Infrastructure Development and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the beautiful province of Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thanks a lot. Just allow me to take the opportunity, firstly, to extend a very warm greeting, special greeting to our Honorable Deputy Minister that you have just given a good welcome. Can we give him another thunderous Gauteng round of applause? Thank you very much. That is the best way, DM, we welcoming and greeting you in our province, and that should say you are most welcome and good to have you, DM. Now, allow me to greet the two executive mayors, one acting for the district Executive Mayor, and of course the brand new, fresh from the box, almost 15 days in office, the Executive Mayor of the local municipality, Mfuleni, and congratulations on your appointment, Executive Mayor. And also thanks for coming, thank you very much. So let me also proceed to greet, and just to save time, the chair of the CIDP, the CEO, the entire management, and of course all the entities of the National Department of Public Works, they are all here. If I'm not mistaken, I'd like to acknowledge all of them and appreciate their presence. And let me also take the opportunity to just tender the apology of my colleagues, the MECs, that you would have expected them to be here. On their behalf, let me tender an apology. As I understand it, they may not be joining us, and hope you accept the apologies. Let me also just take this opportunity to greet all of you who are here and to appreciate your presence and to thank you that you took your time, very valuable and precious time, to be with us here today in this very important part of our province. And I would also just like to join everybody and the country to congratulate our national team, Bafana Bafana, for an outstanding and excellent performance. And congratulations, well done, Bafana Bafana. We thank them and we're looking forward to the best. Now, I would also like to acknowledge DM, knowing you, that you are part of the generation that responded very well to the call by the president of the ANC, O.R. Tambo, for the young lions to roar and, of course, to shake the foundations of the apartheid system. And the Deputy Minister, knowing his militancy and his traditions, I would like to remind you that we are celebrating the Youth Month. And to all the young people that are here, Happy Youth Month to all of you, and thank you. You will hear the young lion when it roars, when it comes here, our Honorable Deputy Minister. Now, I also want to say to you that we must also congratulate you and thank you and commend you for your bold and very decisive decision to be part of a globally celebrated sector, the built environment, the engineering, the architecture, the construction environment, the infrastructure environment. That's how I will call it. So you took a decision to be in this industry, and I must say, you have chosen one of the most interesting but yet complex industry, the construction sector. And I'm quite sure that the teams that are going to speak to you, the DM, you will hear about immense opportunities when you listen to the DM, when you go to the sessions that you're going to go into. But I must also say, there are a lot of risks in the industry. And you'll also hear about those risks when you go into the sessions. DM, I know that we're running behind time, and would like to save time to allow very robust interactions in the discussions. But I just want to make few points, and strictly few. I must also say that Program Director, just yesterday, I had the honor and privilege to present the budget of the Department of Infrastructure in the province and that of the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, GIFA, and that of COCTA. So I promise I won't be long. I spoke for a long time yesterday, so I'll be very brief. But I think it's important to just overemphasize and underline the point that infrastructure is a strategic sector globally. All countries in the world places infrastructure at the center of economic growth, of job creation, of fighting multidimensional aspects of poverty, but of also reducing inequalities. The president of our country called it the flywheel of the economy, to make exactly the point that this sector is what sits between many of the ideals of our people and, of course, a better quality of life. It's in the space in which you are. So you have chosen a very important sector. And I must say, infrastructure spending has got a very good multiplier effect across almost all sectors of the economy. It impacts mining, agriculture, read all the critical sectors of the economy, because a building like this is a combination of various inputs that come from across sectors of the economy. So this industry is very much important. And I would like you to be aware of that, and I would like you to have it on the back of the mind that this is a strategic sector of the economy. I thought I should emphasize that point. Now, the other important point to raise is that there are many opportunities in this sector and in our province. It has already been mentioned that Gauteng is the economic hub of the country. It is a strategic site of economic growth and development in the whole country. Right where we are sitting here in Mfuleni, subject to what the mayor is going to say when he addresses us at the end, just right here, you have got a massive investments by Rent Water, and of course the strategic integrated Vaal River system, which is critical to the industry, to the economy of our country, because water that goes to the city of Tshwane, Joburg, all our municipalities, the entire province, and some of the neighboring municipalities around our province, they get their water from here. So this place, executive mayor, I normally joke with executive mayors like a city of Joburg. I say to them, when it comes to water, Mfuleni is a metro when it comes to water, because the key investments are here. So you are in a very strategic site. So when you look for economic opportunities, start right here in this municipality and in this region. Let me also say that Gauteng province, as you know, we have got a very huge budget of infrastructure, and the budget was duly tabled by our MECs and, of course, the province as a whole. I mean, just over a 3-year period, the MTF period, our budget for infrastructure, could go to about 36 billion rands, with 22 being for expansion of new assets, and of course the remaining balance, almost about 13 billion, going to maintenance of infrastructure. Now, DM, I'm not including in these figures the 3-year expenditure framework of our metros. You can imagine the CAPEX budget of the city of Joburg, of the city of Ekurhuleni, of the city of Tshwane, including for maintenance. Now, and I'm not talking as yet about the local municipalities in the province. I'm not talking about the budget of national departments that are implementing their infrastructure projects here. Think about the private sector CAPEX expenditure in the province, including maintenance. So what I'm saying to you is that there are immense opportunities. I know on the program they will talk about that. But you are sitting in a space where there are massive opportunities. for growth, for development, for transformation, and for empowerment. Now, the other issue is this, is that we do have a pipeline of projects. And that pipeline is across the board, and I guess you will know in human settlements, in road and transport, in social infrastructure, etc., etc. But here, I must say, one of the things that we want to do in the province is to publish an infrastructure book, which is the pipeline of projects that we have in the province. We are working towards that. We will have to do that so that as people that are in this space, you can be able to focus and map your opportunities and plan around that and know where is the province going, where are the municipalities going with their infrastructure. And so that we can have openness, transparency, and you can know the opportunities that are there. So that is something that is very important and very critical. So I just want to emphasize the point, there are opportunities, quite a lot of them, that you can look into, and they will help you with the tender system of how it works, how to go about it, and how to participate. But, and I can assure you I'm moving towards conclusion quickly, but there are risks as well. There are underlying risks. There are risks in the industry. I would like to just mention a few about, I'll give you about only 5, not a lot. The others I'll leave to the meeting. But I think for me, for you in the industry, take care of the following. I'll tell you very importantly for me, number 1 is cash flow management. The cash flow challenges. Managing the liquidity of everything that you do. It doesn't depend on the size of your business. Liquidity is a very important issue, cash flow management. And I must say, this cash flow management is critical in 2 respects. One of them is your own cash flow as a business. But there is also the end-to-end life cycle project cash flow, the projects that you are running. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this to you. Big companies have collapsed on cash flow. Small companies have collapsed on cash flow. It's a very important risk to manage. Are you able to meet your cost to cash obligations? Are you able to pay your subcontractors? Are you able to pay the workers? Are you able to pay your suppliers? That is very important. But as you know, there's a 300 million fund that was spoken to for this sector. But even the fund itself will have to manage risks, potential default and so on and so on. But all I'm saying is manage the risk. It's a very important risk to manage. The other risk that I want you to think about quite carefully and how to go through it, it's also part of the reason why we are here. Desks, SARS, CIDB itself, and so on and so on. So compliance is a very important one. The construction industry is highly regulated. It's important for safety, it's important for compliance. The tenders themselves, TM, I get official saying to me, MEC, we had to cancel this tender because it was non-responsive. And I say, but how can it be non-responsive? They say they didn't comply with what they give you the checklist. They didn't meet the requirements. We just had to stop. We didn't even go to pricing. We didn't check just compliance alone. Compliance is very much important. Let me also say, the other risk that's very important. I've talked about it a bit, but supply chain. Supply chain is very important. When do you buy your item outside the country? What is the currency environment like? Where's the currency? what's happening to the world. That is very much important, because if you don't manage your supply chain, you won't be able to help us. Very important risk to manage, and I think you must look at that. The other one that's very important, my other risk that's very important, is stakeholder management. Communities have got expectations. How do you navigate that complex terrain? Some of them carry guns, heavily armed. DM, in one time, I was privileged to work in the taxi industry. That's all I'll say. I won't continue beyond that. So it can be tough there. So stakeholder management, working with communities, is an important issue. It can make a project to succeed or fail. It can put your business at risk. Think about that. Very lastly, the issue of corruption is also very important to think about it. Very complex. Please do not involve yourself in acts of corruption. Please, because we are a country founded on the principle of the rule of law, it will come to catch you at some point. That's another risk that you must manage. There are a lot of sharks in the space. Some of them, they talk very well, very smooth. Be very careful of that. So I just wanted TM to say, whilst the industry is going to have discussions, there are immense opportunities, there are risks that can put your business at a tipping point of failure, that can put a project at the tipping point of failure. Manage the areas of potential risk and tipping points. The industry TM is very important that it also leverage smart technologies. Many sectors of the economy have automated. They leverage technology. We can't continue to deliver infrastructure as if we're still building the old Egyptian pyramids. The world has moved. There are smart solutions, smart technologies. You need to look at that. Finance has moved with fintech. Logistics have moved. There are many apps and many platforms for the transport, logistics, and that sector. The health sector have also moved. Many sectors have moved. This industry needs to leverage smart technologies and use technology to deliver infrastructure. My apologies I took time, but I know that you got a thunderous round of applause, the previous speaker, for saying you must be paid on time and be paid the way you have to be paid. That got a very good round of applause. So if I don't say it, I doubt if I'll get one. So we in the province, we pay in 30 days. Our municipalities, you see DM. So because this is the heartbeat of the risk I started with, of cash flow. If we don't pay you within 30 days, if we don't make sure that we pay you, we can contribute to your financial and cash flow difficulties. So it's a matter that we're working on, our municipalities as well, this government policy. But otherwise, thank you very much, and wishing you all the best, and wishing that you grow, stay in the industry, and best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
I really think we can do better than that. As the MEC was talking and giving us a significant tease of what the master classes will be, like I saw my colleagues from SACP, CMP, taking a lot of notes. It's such a great thing to have also our political principals understanding so well the challenges that are facing our contractors and the solutions that we have to implement in order to make sure the industry succeed. It gives me great pleasure, colleagues, to invite our keynote speaker, Sihle Zikalala, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure as he blesses us with his keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thanks. May we please be seated. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you, Program Director, the CEO of CIDB, Mr. Zikalala, the MEC of Infrastructure Development and Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng, MEC Mamabolo, our mayors who are here with us, the acting mayor of Citibank, as well as the mayor of Emfuleni, the chairperson of the board, Mr. Nzo, as well as the members of the board of CIDB, members and the chairpersons of other entities that are here, Agrima SA, as well as IDT, and other entities of the provincial government. I also wish to extend my greetings to the leadership. I think we have seen here, Ubaba Uhlongwana, Mlungisi Hlongwana, he was here. I also wish to extend my greetings to one of the stakeholders in the built environment, the South African women in construction. Yes, we may give them a big round hand of applause. The industry association, professional bodies, academic institutions, exhibitors, contractors, and our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to join millions of South Africans in congratulating Bafana Bafana for qualifying to be in the knockout stages of the FIFA World Cup. We are inspired by their determination, resilience, and the pride they have placed behind our national flag. We gather here today on the day of the 26th of June, knowing that in 1955, South Africans from all walks of life, black and white, met here in Kliptown and adopted the Freedom Charter. They rejected discrimination, called for the construction of South Africa that is truly non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous. The seventh administration, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, have placed three priorities for us as the government. The first priority is that of driving inclusive growth and job creation. The second is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. The third is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We gather here in this fourth leg of our Contractor Development Roadshow in this district of Citibank in Gauteng. We're mindful that infrastructure development entails the construction of roads, bridges, schools, clinics, water systems, housing, and public facilities. Every infrastructure project represents more than a contractor or a contract. It represents an opportunity to create jobs, to grow local economy, to transfer skills, to strengthen communities and expand participation in the economy. A capable contractor base is not separate from infrastructure delivery. And therefore, the success of infrastructure delivery is also determined by the capacity of our contractors. Gauteng Province MEC Mamabolo occupies a strategic place in infrastructure development in the country as a hub for economy, but also as an industrial hub for the continent. Citibank, as we are here, infrastructure investment must also support local economic participation. It must create opportunities for emerging contractors, small businesses, suppliers, artisans, and workers. Communities must not only see infrastructure being built around them, they must also participate in building that infrastructure. It is because of that, as the department, we are leading the social facilitation strategy, where we are saying in each and every big project, there must be a social facilitation done before the implementation of the project. Social facilitation must allow local contractors to participate in the value chain. It must open space for local communities to get employment. If we talk about localization, we must dissuade and deal with a situation where big companies move with subcontractors from one district to the other. We must ensure that when there are big projects, big contractors do give opportunity to local companies in each district so that we open the opportunities for emerging contractors. Before this roadshow, we conducted the survey about what are the issues that are affecting small contractors in this district. 47% spoke about access, lack of access to public sector opportunities. 24% spoke about the issue of funding. 53 contractors also spoke about challenges of guarantees. We believe that also, as 70% of respondents indicated, partnership and subcontracting opportunities need immediate attention. We're coming here as government not just to listen, but to offer opportunities that we are presenting. As the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we have presented the two annual construction books, starting from 2024 and the one that we presented last year, detailing number of projects that we are constructing as government across departments. We're also coming to here to say there are a number of government properties that we are now taking out to the market through asset optimization strategy, where we call for investors to invest in government buildings or properties for government to lease or for other commercial use, rather than having our buildings dilapidating. But we're coming here to say, on this issue of funding, we have successfully engaged with the Department of Small Business Development, and just last month, myself and the Minister launched the 300 million cidb CIFA Construction Fund, which I believe through the masterclass here, we are going to detail how do you access it. We are strengthening contractor capacity through construction management systems as led by the CIDP. Another opportunity we have established for small contractors is the establishment of centers of excellency in various institutions of higher learning. We have a partnership with the University of Johannesburg, as well as Wits University, the University of Walter Sisulu, to offer on a continuous basis classes that help especially from grade 2 to grade 6. On top of that, through CIDB, we have a program that we call the BUILD program, which is structured to provide support through trainings and mentorship. We have taken it upon ourselves to ensure that there are accredited certificates that are given when contractors finish these trainings. Many contractors do not fail because they lack ambition. They often fail because they don't have or they've not been given adequate and structured support. So the support we are introducing now is around capacity building. It is around access to opportunities. It is around access to finance so that you are sustainable. Contractor development must build capacity, support progression, improve performance, and help contractors become sustainable. But I must say, construction work often comes like seasonal, and therefore we must consider diversifying, and that's why as the department we are linking both construction and property development. The property industry is one that is key in growing the economy. One of the subsectors of that is facility management, which is offered through managing properties that belongs to government, from local government to provincial and national government. And therefore, we are saying these support are here for all of you to seize these opportunities. When we finish this session, the next session will be dedicated on specific trainings that are required in the industry. The masterclass will cover compliance issues, will cover access to finance. We also cover how do we localize the economy. And therefore, it is important that we pay attention to that. Eventually, we will have a database of all contractors who would have participated here so that we will be able to make follow-ups, offer them continuous support up until they are sustainable. As a department, we are running Operation Riapatala, which is about Operation Pay on Time. We want to ensure that contractors are paid within 30 days. We want to ensure that no one is paying to be paid. People must get what is due to them legally. We call on all of us to fight corruption and crime. We have seen what is happening and being presented in the Madlanga Commission. We have heard various incidents happening in municipalities. These are issues that must be addressed. We want a capable state that delivers, a state that is transparent, and a state that meets its obligations. The future of our country depends on infrastructure that is solid and strengthened. When we develop contractors, we strengthen infrastructure development. When we strengthen infrastructure delivery, we create jobs, grow businesses, and improve communities. Contractors gathered here today are not only building projects, they are building this province of Gauteng but they are building the future of South Africa. Together, government, industry, and contractors can build a construction sector that is more capable, inclusive, competitive, and ready to deliver. Among others, as we emphasized yesterday, one of the key areas is localization of equipment in the construction sector. Yes, there are yellow machines, but a number of equipment, we continue to import it from other countries. We would want to see contractors venturing in production, manufacturing construction material. This can be achieved through all of these support, including support that is located in our special economic zones. We're here to say there are opportunities. They are not meant for a selected few, but are meant for all of us. We're here to say contractors must be targeted from grade 1 at least to grade 6, and then we can say they can stand on their own. I thank you.
We can certainly do better. Thank you very much, Babu Kuzeni, for such a clear direction. You know, when you are looking at the ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, they form part of the executive authority. They should give us a clear direction as to where are we taking these sectors. Thank you very much, Babu Kuzeni. I will clap. Babu Kuzeni, MEC and executive mayors, as you've seen outside, we have quite a few partners that have joined us here. Amongst the exhibitions that are here is water and sanitation, also focusing on projects that they have, the Council for the Built Environment, our host district municipality, cidb, Gauteng province. That's why Ubabunzo will always refer to MEC Mababolo as a favorite MEC, because it's always supportive of initiatives that deal with contractors. We also have SARS there, so we'll deal with the compliance issues. We also have IDT, the Independent Development Trust, which is an entity of public works that does a lot of social infrastructure. We have DPTSA, we have Agreement, we have BCCEI, and we also have SAWIC, as the Honorable Deputy Minister has indicated. I've received a promise now, MEC, that you will be opening a new school next month. The contractor here, Meklara, is a grade 7. They are saying they are at 97%, and I've asked, has that been verified by the QS? He says yes, and they have been paid on time, so he's promising to deliver at school. We also have NAFB, NYDA, we have Field Solution, and Cindy's Rise projects. So those are all the partners that are here. I just want to explain a few things. We've structured the program in a way where we get the political direction so that it can be clear what our principals have tasked us as bureaucrats to deliver. We will go to the next part, which will be information through master classes, as both the Deputy Minister and MEC has highlighted. And then we save the best for last, where the infrastructure clients will have to come here to explain where are these projects, when are they coming out, and how can people here best participate. So with that, I would like to invite Councillor Marco, the Executive Mayor of Mfuleni Local Municipality, to do a vote of thanks. And then we close this part of the session. We will break away to our master classes. We'll take a short 15-minute a tea break, and then we'll break away to the master classes. From grade 1 to 4, we will be here, where we are looking, as the Deputy Minister has highlighted to us, construction management guidelines 101, as to how do you start and build your business. Labor-intensive construction methods that will be delivered through our partners, both the CIDB, Public Works, and SACP, CMP, and agreement, who will assist us. And then for the grade 5 to grade 9s, we'll go to Emerald Hotel. There is a venue there that will be guided there. And then after that, we will have lunch. After lunch, let's come and talk about money, where are the projects, how do we get access to those. So I urge each and every one of you to stay throughout the program so that you can fully benefit. You've already taken your time to be here. You've showed commitment to your businesses and the development of this country. So I would ask that we do that. Can we have the Honorable Councillor Marco to do a vote of thanks for this segment of the program?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Deputy Minister Sihle Zikalala, the Honorable MEC of Infrastructure Development and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honorable Jacob Mamabolo, the Office of the Honorable MEC of Finance, Nkululeko Dunga in absentia, and the Office of the MEC of Roads and Transport, Meki Diboni Diale Tlhabela, the Acting Mayor of the cidb District Municipality, Councillor Njanyana Phala, members of the Mayoral Committee and councillors present, Chairperson of the CIDB Board, Mr. Khuliso Nzo, distinguished board members of the CIDB, chief executive officers of different entities present, esteemed government officials, industry leaders and stakeholders, our valued emerging contractors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanbonani. Dumelang. It is with profound sense of gratitude and deep appreciation for the collective spirit of partnership that I stand before you today to deliver this vote of thanks. As we bring this important Gauteng Contractor Development Outreach Roadshow to a close, I want to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the CIDB for choosing the VAL, and specifically the Emerald Hotel, as the venue of this strategic session. Your presence here is a testament to the belief that the VAL is open for business and that our region is a critical hub for the reconstruction and development of our province. This roadshow has indeed been a lifeline. As we have heard the leadership and the program director setting the scene today, the engagements and the opportunities that will be shared will reinforce the collective mission to rebuild the economy of the VAL. We are acutely aware of the influenza that hit our economy when ArcelorMittal declined, but the energy in this room will give a new prescription for recovery. We thank the leadership present for your insights and your commitment to unlocking contractor growth. We are particularly grateful for the focus on our youth as we reflect on the 50th anniversary of the Soweto uprising and the painful memory of the Bipato massacre. We are reminded that this roadshow is not just a skills program, but a response to the economic freedom that our people still cry out for. Thank you for ensuring that the resilience of Sharpeville, Sebokeng, and Bipatong is finally matched by the dignity of sustainable livelihoods through infrastructure development. To our emerging contractors, I wish you nothing but fruitful deliberations and participation. Ask those tough questions. Show hunger to build the economy of this country. It is with this determination that will transform the pain of our past into the jobs and the opportunities of the future. Now, I would be remiss if I do not take a moment to thank you for allowing us to host this beautiful morning. The Valley is more than just an industrial powerhouse. It is a region immense beauty, heritage, and tourism potential. We are home to the majestic Vaal River, and I'm sure you'll witness it as you walk out. A resource that is not only sustains our economy, but also defines our lifestyle. Whether it is the tranquility of the river, the rich cultural history of our townships, or the vibrant hospitality of the venues like the Emerald Casino, the Vaal is a destination waiting to be discovered. We hope that beyond these boardroom discussions, Honorable Deputy Minister, you'll have a chance to feel the warmth of our people, witness the serenity of our waterways, and experience the energy of our communities. We invite you to return not just for work, but as tourists to explore the hidden gems of the Vaal and to help us unlock the full potential of our tourism sector. Together, we can ensure that this beautiful region becomes a premier destination for leisure and investment. Before I conclude, allow me to once again express the pride of the Vaal in our national team, Bafana Bafana. The players from Sharpeville and Sebokeng who represented us on the national stage yesterday. This is a reminder of greatness that exists in our communities. Their success is a reflection of our collective spirit of perseverance and excellence. In closing, thank you for your presence, your contribution, and your commitment to the development of our contractors in the region. This is not the end, but the beginning of a renewed partnership to build a better Mfuleni, a stronger cidb, and a prosperous South Africa. I wish you safe travels back to your respective destinations. Thank you very much. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marco, for those wonderful words. I would ask, as I have said before, we will just take a short break to enjoy some nice food there and tea, and we will allow our political principals to proceed to another briefing at the hotel there. Can I also ask that the members of the media join us in the media room shortly so that we can proceed with the conference, and then we will meet again, grade 1s to 4. We will remain here for our master classes, and then the other grades will go to the hotel close by. Colleagues, the best part is when we put Sandral. You know, remember Sandral? Did you see the contractor development program they've advertised? They are here. Good point. We have IDT, they are here. We also have, who else do we have IDT? Public Works, they are here. And many other infrastructure clients that will assist us in identifying those programs. The person who couldn't log in, there's an email address I'll send you so that you can send it. There will be another briefing on that program. Thank you, colleagues. Let's take that short break and reconvene. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start this session. So if you are in grades 1 to 5, if you can make your way to the main hall, we're going to be doing the beginner session. Once again, if you grades 1 to 5, please make your way to the main hall. We are about to start the beginner session. For those contractors that are in grades 6 to 9, if you can make your way towards the Oryx boardroom, which is at the hotel. So if you can just make your way outside the venue, there are ushers that are wearing CIDB t-shirts in white. They will actually take you to the venue. So grades 6 to 9, you're going to be going to the Oryx boardroom. Grades 1 to 5, we were going to be meeting you at the main boardroom. So if you can please make your way, especially those that are just having their tea, if you can please make your way to the main boardroom. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request that you come to the front, please? Can you all move to the front? Yes. Are we ready to begin? Yeah, these lights. Good morning once again. Morning. Morning. Morning, Gauteng. Oh, okay, at least people are still awake. My name is Alex Nooloza. I'm from CIDB. I'm one of the directors there in the operations unit. So today I'm going to be presenting to you the masterclass on CMG 101, which is Contractor Management Guidelines. So if on your tags, you can scan the QR code, and then you are going to be able to get the document, CMG 101. Also, you can download it from our website, under the contractors tab, and then there you will find contractor development programs, and then you will be able to get the full document there. So you can be able to get it and print it for yourself. So colleagues, mine is just an overview, highlights of the Contractor Management Guidelines 101. This is a document that was produced by CIDB around about 2010. So what we've done with the document now, we've reprinted the document, we've updated the document to make sure that it is in line with the current legislation in terms of also your procurement prescripts as well. So let us begin, ladies and gentlemen. I think I need 40 minutes of your undivided attention, please. Are we in agreement? So in terms of the overview of the document, I will be going through section 1, which is Introduction to the Construction Industry. Now this is for your aspiring contractors that will enter the industry in terms of grade 1. I will deal with the role players in the industry, how you go about registering your business, compliance with statutory requirements, finding work opportunities, because at the end of the day, this is the whole purpose of us being here. How do you go about getting work and make sure that you then upgrade yourself into a higher grading contractor? Then we will deal with financial management, how you go about financing your construction business, tendering for public sector work, pricing strategies, how you price the BOQ or the tender document that you are for the project or the work that you are bidding for, and then contractual requirements, contractual considerations. And then lastly, section 3 of the document deals with project and contract management. How do you administer the contract that you sign with the various client departments? Your examples would be your IDTs, DBSAs, DID, and so forth. Preparing to start the contract, how you go about starting the contract, managing your health and safety on the project, which is quite critical and crucial that you make sure that your health and safety is managed properly, because at the end of the day, you don't want to have liabilities that will cost you even more money. At the end of the day, for you to start a project, you want to make money, you want to make profit. Now, if you're going to have health and safety liabilities, it means that you are going to be out of pocket. Site establishment and administration, and well as finishing the project. So the purpose of this document, ladies and gentlemen, it is to support new contractors. So if you take the document, you go through the document, it takes you step by step as to how you go about starting your construction business. So also to make sure that you understand the industry. It is an industry knowledge gap. So, you can be in the industry for more than 2 years, but there's certain things that you still want to understand. You can take the book, read it, it will be able to guide you and make sure that you are doing things correctly in terms of your project. Regulatory and legal compliance. It explains the key regulatory and statutory requirements for legally registering and operating your business, and then promoting sustainable growth. So, introduction to the construction industry. So, in terms of our Act, which is Act 38 of 2000, that is what governs CIDB and why CIDB is in existence. It defines construction works as a provision of goods and services. Construction works, it's goods and services. budget and the objectives of the project, what it is that they want to accomplish when the building is being completed, and then they appoint contractors and consultants. And then you have your professional team. So your professional team is appointed by the client or the employer. And then again, the size of a team depends on the complexity of the project. You know, you can have a principal agent who is a QS that will run that project, for example. And then you might have engineers and so forth, but it depends again in terms of the complexity of the project itself. They are then responsible for the design and the oversight. As I said, you've got an architect who is responsible for the design and the planning of the project. You've got engineers, civil, structural, mechanical, electrical. They are the design, they look after the technical design elements within the project itself. You have a resident engineer that is normally appointed by the client, who will be the client's eyes and ears on the project to make sure that if you are doing steel fixing, before you cast your bases, they inspect to make sure that your rebars are to the appropriate design specifications that were designed by your civil engineer. So he will then look after the project in terms of making sure that you comply with the necessary requirements and the specifications on the project. Your QS, they manage costs, they measure the works, and they prepare bills of quantities. So every month, just according to JBCC, there is supposed to be an interim payment certificate that is done on a project. You must not accept that a month goes by and you don't have an interim payment certificate. JBCC says even if it's a nil certificate, there must be a certificate that is generated. So your QS must go to site and go and measure and quantify what it is that you've done so that you are then be able to be paid. Are we together? Because your IPC together with your invoice, they go hand in hand for payment. Project manager, he coordinates the project delivery on behalf of the client. Health and safety agent, I've mentioned health and safety before, very critical. He ensures that your workers are safe on the project, because we've seen that we've had numerous building collapses, numerous accidents that are happening on the various construction sites. So that is why you need your health and safety to be appointed on the project. It is a legal requirement in terms of the construction regulations. And then it is you guys, the contractor, who is appointed by the client and executes the works according to what it is that you've priced in terms of your bills of quantities and your specifications. You may appoint a project manager or a contracts manager to run your site for you. So it is not a must, but you may, depending again in terms of the complexity of the project. But remember, the contractor is not part of the professional team, but they are part of the team that is executing the works. So, which professional determines the thickness of a concrete slab? A, B, C, D. A. So, ladies and gentlemen, please download the book. You will be able to get the answers within the book itself. It is B. The thickness of a concrete slab is a structural engineer who ensures compliance with municipal regulations on civil projects. It's A, civil projects, civil engineer. So they need to make sure that there's compliance with municipal regulations on that project itself. So let's move, registering a business. I'm sure all of you know and have registered businesses with CIPC. Oh, okay. So in terms of the business structure, it can be a sole proprietor, it can be Alex Nooloza contractors, it can be Pranvier, general building and maintenance contractor, sole proprietor. I'm 100%, I own that business by myself. So it can be a partnership. Me and Glory can do a partnership, 50-50 shareholding. So that will be a partnership. And then it could be a company, which is a PTY LDT, which is now the most common form of registering a business currently, because CCs have long time been not being registered. So most companies are now PTY LTDs. So in terms of compliance with the statutory requirements, so in terms of the South African law, it is established through Acts of Parliament, and the regulations are issued by the Minister in terms of the Act of Parliament. So again, CIDB Act 38 of 2000. So colleagues, failure to comply with statutory requirements may result in fines or penalties being imposed, and in extreme cases, jail. So if you fail to comply with statutory requirements, which are Acts of Parliament, you could end up with a fine, or you could be jailed. It says ignorance of the law is not a defense. I mean, up until today, we are still capacitating clients in terms of the build program, which was gazetted on the 18th of September 2020. We are now sitting in 2026, and they've been ignorant. It is a law. It has been passed by the minister, because the minister has got that legal duty to do so in terms of the Acts of Parliament. So in terms of the build program, any project over 20 million rands, 20 million plus 1 rand, if it is a general building or a civil engineering project, it is a requirement that the client must implement the enterprise development standard or the indirect targeting standard, which now states that they need to make provision within the contract 30%. 30%. Before we changed it, which was recently gazetted now on the 24th of April, it was 5%. We are now saying 30% of the value of the works must go to subcontractors. And not only the 30%, they must then support you in terms of providing development support in at least 2 areas. Again, that is in the standard that we've developed, that has been gazetted, so which means it is compulsory that it must be implemented on the project. Developmental areas could be tendering for works, cost control systems, administrative systems, and so forth. All of that is there. How you manage your labor on site and all that stuff. So they must provide you support in terms of that. And then at the end of the project, you must sign an affidavit to say, yes, I was developed by GVK on this specific project. Because we want to see that. Because at the end of the day, that is the only way that small contractors can be able to come up. Are we together? Because that affidavit must be signed by you, must be signed by the client representative, and must be signed by the main contractor. And then it must be submitted to us as CIDB, so that when you come to CIDB for upgrading opportunities, we are able to see this is where you had participated. And then again, if the project is longer than 12 months, you've got the standard for skills development, where it says that the contractor must implement skills development on that specific project. They could either employ somebody that is doing a part or full-time occupation. It could be somebody that is an artisan or an apprentice in terms of being in a TVET college, somebody that is doing a diploma or a degree in a comprehensive university, as well as somebody that wants to be professionally registered. So it makes provision so that at the end of the day, we are having skills that are coming in and they get the experience in terms of the works. So those are compulsory requirements for the contractor and the client to implement if the project is 20 million plus R1. So in terms of Chapter 3 of the Act, Regulations 18.1, a contractor may not undertake, carry out, complete any construction works or a portion thereof for public sector contracts awarded in terms of a competitive tender or quotation unless he or she is registered with CIDB. Are we clear? You cannot go and be a subcontractor or a contractor building a health facility if you are not registered with CIDB. It is mandatory, it's compulsory that you must be registered with CIDB for you to then participate in that project, because remember that project was awarded through a competitive process. Well, if Atterbury is doing a renovations project, let's say Upper Riverside Mall, that's private sector. You can then go and subcontract there. You don't need to be registered with CIDB. But anything that's got to do with public, you must be registered with CIDB. And it says, accordingly, a subcontractor conducting construction works on public sector contracts are again awarded in terms of a competitive tender or quotation must be registered with CIDB. Because remember, this is public money. So you need to make sure that you are registered. It doesn't matter which grade, but you must be registered. And not being registered as in you are suspended. You must be active on the ROC, which is the Register of Contractors. And make sure that when you are submitting your documentation for registration, it is valid documents, because we check. We check, we speak to the clients, we go on to the ROP, which is the Register of Projects, because we want to see where you've actually done the works. And currently the CIDB is deregistering contractors on the ROC, and you do not want that. Even if you reinvent yourself and you register the company, but you will still pick it up because you have been deregistered. Please make sure that all the documentations that you submit are authentic and correct documents for registration. Colleagues, as I've just mentioned the issue of you need to make sure that you are registered. So again, this is in the document itself. Oh yeah. Okay, so in terms of regulatory compliance, registration is mandatory. It's a requirement. You must be registered with CIDB for you to undertake any works in terms of public sector projects. So the following subcontractors are exempt from registering with the CIDB. If you are a labor-only subcontractor, you are exempt. You do not need to register. Once-off joint ventures, they don't need to be registered. Joint ventures, but companies that are forming a joint venture must be registered. Are we together? So if me and you decide to form a JV, I must be registered in my grade, you must be registered in your grade. But if it's a once-off JV, that's fine. You don't need to register with CIDB. Home builders, NHBRC, that is where you register to be a home builder. But if you're then going to be doing public sector works, you must register with CIDB, or you can have dual registration. No, today there's too much sabotage. I'm now being told I must rush this thing. But yeah, let's move on. In terms of the grading system, you are graded from grades 1 to grade 9, depending on your capability as the contractor. The registration is valid for 3 years. And then renewal is required to maintain your active. Remember, I said active. Can't be suspended or pending. You must be active on the ROC. So there is the CIDB website. I'm sure all of you know that. You must be registered with SARS. I see they're also here. They can assist you in terms of registering for VAT, for income tax, or for employee tax. Importantly, you must be registered with the Department of Employment and Labor. That is in terms of your COIDA and your UIF. COIDA is critical. And you will see that in most organizations, they want a COIDA certificate. You cannot undertake works without a COIDA certificate. National Treasury, you must be on CSD. We all know CSD. I'm going to skip this because So in terms of finding work opportunities, colleagues, these are the portals that you look at. It's your tender bulletin, which is your e-tender portal, which is in terms of National Treasury. In terms of newspapers, CIDB iTender service. So the reason why we want clients to register their projects on the register of projects is to make sure that we then forward you SMSs to tell you here is an opportunity that is going to be happening, specifically for the grade that has been called for by the client. I'm sure you still get SMSs, am I correct? You don't get SMSs? Lishan, can you just note that, please? Because you're supposed to, once the client registers and say, I'm advertising this project, they must advertise on CSD, on the e-tender portal, as well as the iTender portal. iTender portal is CIDB, so that we are then be able to communicate with our contractors that are registered on the ROC. Local municipalities, I'm sure they have notice boards where they will have tendering opportunities that are there. And then networking, because sessions like these are your networking opportunities that you speak to another contractor and so forth, so that you are able to pass on information on to one another. Skip this. Oh, what is critical here is Section 217 of the Constitution. It says that procurement by any public sector client must be fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. That is very critical. Whenever clients are doing procurement, they need to follow Section 217 of the Constitution. Where is my thing? So in terms of opportunities, you've got RFQs, which is the request for quotations. Those ones are for smaller, simple works. They'll call for an RFQ. That is where you'll then submit your pricing, and then you move forward. But if it's for a large and complex project, it has to be a tender process. If my memory serves me well, RFQs go to R1 million, and then from R1 million and up, it's a tender. So that is the thing. So in terms of RFQ, it involves your fixed price quotes, while tenders, it's a competitive submission. So both the two processes, they will lead to a contractual and a legally binding contract. Skip this. So in terms of also finding work opportunities other than tendering or RFQ, joint ventures. You come together. I've got a grade 8, you have a grade 5. We partner together, we're able to tender together because we are both bringing different resources and skills within the project itself. So that way you are then able to get work. Subcontracting opportunities, where you will subcontract because you specialize or you join a larger firm in terms of the projects. Contractor development programs. You guys know about contractor development programs? It's a program that the client establishes for contractors in certain grades where they've assessed and looked at their capital budget for the financial year and say that these are the guys that I'm going to uplift. So they put you into a program where they develop you, and then they will then create work packages, and then within those work packages, that is where now you get opportunities. Those are dedicated for contractors within that program. So I've gone through joint ventures. It's like when two companies come together, we split 60-40, 50-50, 70-30, and so forth. In terms of subcontracting, there are three types of subcontractors. You've got your domestic subcontractor. That one is the main contractor. He will be the one looking after your domestic subcontractor. You've got your nominated subcontractors, and you've got your selected subcontractors. So your nominated is one that is nominated by the employer that I will do the carpentry on this project, for example. And then a selected is both the client and the main contractor. They will appoint a selected subcontractor. So in terms of contractor development programs, as I said, it's a deliberate and a managed process to achieve targeted developmental outcomes. So that makes sure that you as subcontractors or contractors improve your grading status, your performance and quality, your equity. So in terms of contractor development programs, there are two forms. There is direct targeting or incubator, which is where you put a certain number of contractors in terms of different grades. You then create work packages based on what the client has got in terms of their capital expenditure for that current financial year. And then you've got indirect targeting, which is a structured JV, subcontracting, construction management, unbundling, and I've also just mentioned to you the CIDB indirect targeting standard. That is an indirect way of targeting subcontractors to participate on the project. Colleagues, I can go on and get into financial management, but I'm told that my time is up. 2 minutes. So in terms of your domestic subcontracting, when can that happen on the project? Domestic, like plumbing, plastering, bricklaying, when can that happen? Is it the contractor wants full control of the pricing terms, the employer selects the subcontractor, CIDB assigns subcontractors, or the subcontractor is a grade 9 grading level? It's A. The main contractor wants to have full control. Because remember, you are now subcontracting to the main contractor. The main contractor is the one that determines the rates and so forth within the project itself. You are not a selected subcontractor or a nominated subcontractor. You are a domestic. Subcontracting is commonly used to transfer all risks to the client, obtain specialist capabilities, reduce project quality, avoid main contractor responsibility. Sorry? B. Yeah, it is B, because you need to, a subcontractor is a specialist. So they're specialized in that specific trade. So that is why they use subcontractors. I'm going to share this presentation with you through our provincial office so that you can also go through it, which is a shortened version of the actual document itself. You know, it's just that unfortunately we've run out of time. I was going to take you through in terms of financing your construction business, sources of finance, which is your equity capital, your borrowed capital, retained profits, and your DFIs. You have NEF. You've heard the Deputy Minister talking about a construction fund. That is a partnership between CIDB and SIFDA. It was recently launched, I think, about a month or so back. that contractors can then be able to go and access funding for working capital or for guarantee facilities. So the fund is there. And here in Gauteng, you have GEP, which is Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. But in various provinces, they've got different DFIs. You have Itala in KZN, you have ECDC in Eastern Cape, and so forth. So these are the DFIs that will assist and provide funding for you within or for the specific project that you're executing. But they do have their own learning criteria that you will then have to meet and make sure that they grant you the funds for executing the project. I'm going to stop there, but as I said, we will share the presentation and then you can go through it, or you can actually, most of the information that is here is actually on the document itself. I just want to show you. There, that is the document. I'm sure if you've scanned your QR code, you will be able to see exactly what the document looks like, and that's the cover of the document. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, who will then talk to you about labor-intensive construction methods. Thank you very much. I would have loved my hour, but unfortunately, I must step off. Thank you.
1, 2. Good afternoon, colleagues. This presentation that I'm going to do is going to be twofold. There will be two presenters, myself and my colleague. My name is Osborne Nerubarani from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I'm from EPWP, the section that is called Vukupile Contractor Development Program. So we do contractor development program. So I will just briefly explain what this program is all about, and then my colleague will then come and talk about labor-intensive construction, how to price for LIC, the do's and don'ts when you're doing an LIC-related document. You all know that these days when you do tender, LIC is always a requirement. So he will explain when it comes to that. Okay, the contents of my presentation. I will try to be quick because this presentation that I'm going to make, it requires about an hour, and I will try to do it in 15 minutes. What we're planning to do is that after this presentation, different local municipalities can then arrange so that we can come back and just engage, because the information that we're going to provide, obviously, I will skip a lot I think Alex talked about that. Remember, National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure implement contractor development program in line with CIDB contractor development policies. So whatever that I'm going to present, some of the things Mr. Nooloza would have already said it, so I'm not going to waste time when it comes to that. In terms of the objectives of the program, obviously will be the same. Our focus in Vukupile, is it moving, that side? I see people making, am I audible? Okay, great, okay. In terms of Vukupile Contractor Development Program, this is a contractor development program. When Alex was presenting, he indicated that one of the things that we can do in terms of developing emerging contractors is to do targeted development in terms of what we call contractor development programs. So this is what we do exactly. So what we will normally do, we'll come, partner with a municipality or a government department, we recruit participants, we put them in an incubator for a period of 36 months, and then we develop them with an aim of ensuring that when they exit, they've got a qualification plus experience. Qualification is because when you are in this program, we will then take you through classroom training. Experience because the municipality or the department that would have partnered with will then offer projects as part of practical. It's not a matter of just doing theory, it's a matter of also doing practical. with an aim of ensuring also that you learn as much as possible about LIC. You know, in government, always when we implement our projects, we always want to create jobs. For obvious reasons that as a country we have issues with unemployment. Okay, so the delivery mode for this program is through direct, what we call learnership or a skills program. As a learnership, it's 181 credits, whereas a skills program, it has got 67 credits. We also, as a part of a top-up, do a program called Start and Improve Your Business. Most of the people, when they develop contractors, they forget that contractors are business people, which means then we also need to develop the business side of things without only looking at the technical part of things. So when you are in the program, you will then go into a classroom. I think I've indicated that 6 months, another 9 months, practicals, and after that, then you will exit with a qualification called Supervision of Extraction Processes, that is at NQF level 4. These are some of the unit standards. I'm not just gonna read all of them, but these are some of the skills that you will learn in the classroom, and after learning them in the classroom, then you will transfer this on-site. Then you will be evaluated both in the classroom and on-site. For an example, if one can just pick up one unit standard says, apply knowledge of statistics and probability to critically interrogate and effectively communicate findings of a life-related problems. Obviously, when you're on-site, there's a lot of calculations that you need to do. That is the reason why when you are in construction, you cannot run away from calculations. You cannot run away from mathematics. So this theory that you will have learned in the classroom, then you will have to take it to site and you will then be evaluated on that. So I will just skip this unit standard. Is it moving? Looks like it's stuck. Okay. Okay. I just want, okay. Then that was then the technical part of it. Then the business side of it, I've indicated it's what we call Start and Improve Your Business. The program that we are going to train you on, if you're part of the program, it's an international program. It's a program that is accredited by International Labour Organization, ILO. This is the program that is implemented all over the world. And it has got different packages. So, but there's a specific package that we have chosen for emerging contractors. As you can see, those are the packages that are part of this program. There's what we call Generate Your Business. This is for people who have not started a business at all. Yourself, you have already chosen, you're in construction. Start Your Business is when we train people how to do their own business plan. We have a situation here when you develop somebody develop a business plan for you, and you are required to then ask for funding. You go and sit with the funder, but you yourself, you cannot understand what is in your own business plan, and you expect to get funding. So we're trying to ensure that then you understand what is in your own business plan. So in terms of this program, then we train you on program number 3, which is Improve Your Business, in which we go through buying and stock control, which you know how important is it when you are on site to control your stock. Some of you fail to make profit simply because you can't control what you have already on your different sites. We also look at the issues of people and productivity. How do you manage your human resources when you're on site? The issues of record keeping. I can just tell you now for free, the reason why if SARS can knock at your door and audit you, will you be able to pass the audit? Do you do proper record keeping of your activities as companies? So we take you through that. We also take you through marketing. Alex has also talked about that. For your enterprises to survive, you need to market yourself. You cannot say you are a business person. We ask you how many tenders or how many submissions have you made? Nothing. Okay, so you should know different platforms or where you get work. So we're going also to train you on that. And most importantly, the costing. You know, as government, we are facing a serious challenge of people who cannot cost. And remember, as government, sometimes we take the lowest price. and you find that people are just pricing in order to get a project. That is the reason why, as government, we end up with a lot of abandoned projects. Because you realize midway through the implementation of your projects that you have underpriced, and you feel that the best way is to abandon. The unfortunate part is that as National now, we have started to be big in terms of blacklisting contractors that are abandoning sites. So don't find yourself in a situation where you abandon sites and then we move with blacklisting. It means it takes you completely out of business. So we can also assist with that. Okay, so this is the Improve Your Business that I was talking about, the one that we are going to train you on. It's a 5-day course. Some of the contractors within Gauteng, we have already trained them on this program. Lishan, the CIDB manager for Gauteng, she has called us. We have already trained, I don't know what was the number. I think it was last year sometimes. I think it was more than 30. We have trained them on this program already. So this is the end of my presentation. I will just do a smaller video that shows how the Vukupile Contractor Development works, and then my colleague will take over. I hope I didn't take that 15 minutes that I've said it will take. The video, I don't know if there's a volume.
Infrastructure construction and maintenance companies are often formed by entrepreneurial individuals. However, where a particular caliber of contractor is not available or the number of contractors is not adequate, the government may intervene in the market. Such intervention may be simply by creating an enabling environment for the desired caliber of contractors to sprout, or direct contractor development. The expanded Public Works Program's Vukupile Learnership Program is a government intervention to deliver infrastructure assets and address socio-economic objectives like employment creation.
The Vukupile Contractor Learnership Program is a program where we're trying to develop contractors who can implement projects labor intensively to support projects through the expanded Public Works Program.
Most people that come into the program varies from people who are being unemployed, people who can be a painter, a plumber. He knows the work, but unfortunately he doesn't have the skills and know-how to improve their businesses.
Our plan is to keep them in the program between 24 and 36 months. They do the theoretical training and they do the practical training. The practical training, it involves us providing them with projects that they will execute with the assistance of the mentors. And once they are successful in terms on how they do their own pricing, how they negotiate with the project managers on site, how do they prepare their own invoices, we then decide they are ready to go into a competitive market.
We learned how to make a foundation before you lay a pipe. We learned plumbing skills, how to run your own business, how to hire people, what compliance you need to have.
I've learned how to analyze drawings, what are the contract requirements that are needed for the contractor, legal requirements. Now my knowledge now is on another level.
The Construction Industry Development Board, CIDB, is a major stakeholder in the development of contractors in South Africa.
The CIDB grades contractors in terms of their capability to undertake projects and then also in terms of the class of construction works in which they would want to work. Contractors are graded from grade 1, which is the entry level, up until grade 9. The grade 1 companies are mainly one-person show, whilst the grade 9 companies are mainly listed companies.
When you are a grade 1, you struggle to get to upper grades, and I felt the Vukupile Learnership Program was an opportunity for me to upgrade to upper grades. I joined in 2015. I was grade 6 when I exited the program.
Our Construction Industry Development Board, when we joined, was grade 2, and then we exited at grade 6.
In Limpopo province, the CIDB has got about 6,000 contractors that are actively registered. With regards to Vukupile learner contractors, they are growing faster than the industry rate because they do have support in terms of training and mentorship.
Growing a business comes with challenges, and those who successfully navigate them reap the rewards. Let's hear how the Vukupile learnership contractors have managed to grow their businesses.
As I'm from a small village, we were not exposed to opportunities. Today, I can say we've got a fully fledged office that we own. We've got 2 excavators, 2 TLBs, 2 smooth rollers that are fully paid. So we have developed a lot since we joined Vukupile.
Of the 9 contractors that are on grade 9, about 50% of those are female contractors.
I was able to acquire my own home. I was able to take my son to the best school in town. And my colleagues, they're on a better level because if the company grows, they also grow as well.
Business mentors often differentiate between incremental and transformative business growth.
In the LCDP, Limpopo Contractor Development Program, we had around 34 learner contractors. As I'm speaking now, majority of them are all over the country. We have contracted roads, traditional council offices, early child development centers. They are now benefiting the whole South Africa.
The contractors showcased here have been in business for at least 7 years, a phenomenal achievement in an industry where 90% of businesses collapse after the first 2 years.
I was working in the tire workshop as a general labor. Now I am the managing director, managing company, which is having grade 7 CE and grade 7 general building. My life would not be here if it was not for Vukupile learnership program. It really impacted my life, honestly.
Take over. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to take, my name is Muzi Twala from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and Unit EPWP, also coming from Vukupile. So I'm going to be taking you through principles of cost estimating for labor-intensive methods. So this is my presentation outline. I'll be talking about estimating the cost components, the rate calculation, information required for pricing, project support. Just a disclaimer, the presentation that I'm going to take you through normally requires a longer duration. However, because of the time frame, I'll just have to move and identify the important part. Estimating, I think my presentation, I want us to be very interactive. Why do we have to estimate? I'll just identify people. Yes, ma'am. Why do we have to estimate? Try. You can try. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. To have an overview of your budget. As a client, you know, a client estimates, né? And then what happens? The contractor does pricing. Okay. Is the client always correct with the estimate? No. Why? They don't know. What would be the cause of that? So are you saying because I have 1 million, I'm limited to 1 million, I'll push it to that 1 million? It's possible. Okay. Yes, we said estimating for the cost of infrastructure projects is a structured process, and it's one of these important. It's very important for you to understand where it comes from. As I said, the client will prepare the cost estimate, the contractor will prepare the tender, and then there will be planning, budget, and procurement, etc. The estimating phases. Here, the estimating process commences at inception and to final works and more detail required during the project phase. Preliminary estimates. Do we understand what is that? Yes? Yes, sir. Do you understand what is a preliminary estimate? You can try. Huh? You can try. This side? Who makes it? The consultant. Okay. The engineers estimates, and then you have the bids from the contractors. Okay. And then you'll have your final cost. Okay, and then I won't go, I'll move, for example, in terms of the engineer's cost, that is the cost of work, expenses, and then the pricing, obviously, including the cost of the market. The most critical thing, when conducting a unit rate calculation, there are various cost components per unit that you have to look at. The first component is, okay, the first component is direct project costs. Anyone, what are the direct project costs in a project? Buying of? Materials, yes. What else? Labor. Okay. Cost of materials and equipment. And then you have your indirect costs. What are the indirect costs? Transport? Compliance? Extortion. Let's see. Costs relating to project activities not specified in the BOQ. That you put together we are still calculating one unit rate. And then that's your supervisory staff, vehicles and running of the project office. You have to include risk allowance, very critical. What risk can you include in a unit rate? Okay. There's someone who said extortion. How do you do that? How? So you budget for them. Okay. This is for unforeseen events, delays, and that may increase the cost of work, bad weather, etc. And then you have your overheads. Overheads, petrol salaries, profit, and then you add your profit at the end. So all those components lead to the estimating process. So I'll leave this part because it just talks to the total project costs. I want to go quickly because, yes, this one here. Critical, the unit rate, you'll have your price of materials, you'll have the cost of labor, you need to know what's the cost of labor in the area, you'll have your equipment costs, you'll have your cost of subcontractors. And then you have your equipment productivity rate. What is an equipment productivity rate? Okay? Equipment productivity rate. If you have a TLB and you are excavating, you need to know how many
meters the excavator can do in a day. And then you have your labor productivity rates. What are labor productivity rates? How many? Has any one of you worked with EPWP participants? Yes? And what is your experience? The what? So how do you ensure productivity? Okay, let me move quickly again. It's important in the estimating process that you need to know why you're estimating, where, when, how, what to estimate, and who will do that. So, in terms of, I think 5 minutes, I'll be finished. In terms of deciding before you start to price a bill item, you need to plan the works. You need to decide the overall strategy. You need to list your activities that you'll have. And then you would have to drop a preliminary work program. Do you guys know what is a work program? Yes, it's very critical. You need to prepare a schedule for all the resources. You need to check availability of the workforce in the area. You need to identify critical activities that need to be done. In my previous life, I made a very big mistake where I waited to order equipment that has a lead time, meaning it had 3 months, I think 3 months before to be delivered. And I ordered it when I needed it. So you can imagine the mess I was in. So it's very important to know your critical path in a project. And then information required for pricing. You can seek clearance from the client. You can note the contract period, which is very critical. The method of payment. How do they pay? The time for payment. Do they pay interim certificates? Other public bodies pay interim certificates. Payment on materials on site. What do you understand when you say payment for materials on site? What do you mean? Is it a standard that we pay for materials on site? Eh? Is it a standard for all projects? Eh? Subset projects. Okay. And price fluctuation clauses. You need to know. Insurance and indemnities. You need to know. Liquidated damages and penalties. Penalties. Has anyone ever been penalized here? No one. It's very painful, eh? You need to know what contract are you using. There are various forms of contracts that you work with, depending on what you're doing on the road. If you're doing roadworks, general building, you need to know the penalty clauses there. Extension of time. How do you claim for extension of time in a project? What is the process? Yes. When do you put that notice? Thank you. Okay. Yes. Put notice 14 days after the occurrence, and now it's very critical. You can't wait until the end of the project and then you put in a notice of extension, and then termination and arbitration clauses that you will look into. Site visits, guys, we always say compulsory site visits. People send drivers to site visits and then end up not being able to understand exactly what it entails. The reason why we call for a site visit, you need to know the terrain, whether it's hilly. You need to investigate, for example, on roadworks, designated quarries, how far are the quarries there, where will you get water, sand, and other materials. Possible location of site camp, where can you put it? That is critical for you to know. You need to undertake the market survey, notify the client of any tender omissions. The following costs should be also noted under P's and G's. Under P's and G's, you need to put in your transport costs, insurance and bonds, site camps, establishment, protective clothing, etc. So in every, now I'll go into that unit rate we were talking about. Unit rate, you have two options to do it. You have the first option where you have your labor cost, your material cost, plus your equipment costs. That is your line item on your BOQ. The second option is your labor only, your material only, equipment only, and then plus your overheads and profits. So your profit you don't put at the end, you put on each line item. So for a particular line item, you put in your profit. Because you understand in a BOQ, some items you might not even do on the project. So it's important that you put your profit on each line item. When calculating labor cost is the total direct cost plus indirect cost and the profits. To calculate that, as I said earlier on, this presentation actually we have a program to do pricing. So that we do when we normally do this training. So in that program it will show you contractors markup, site support staff, hand tools. It's programmed for people to use. You select the appropriate task, productivity rate, and the estimate with the average production. So this is basically how it looks like. This program, we normally say when we do this training, the contractors need to bring laptops, and we actually work through the training. So I think I'll have to stop there on my presentation. I don't know if there are Mfuleni officials here. We don't have Mfuleni officials, because I was thinking maybe if we could arrange for them to try and do training, book time when you can do actual training and give you these programs for you to use. It will be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muzi. Thank you for the informative presentation. I would like to thank Osborne and Alex and yourself, Muzi, for your presentations. Colleagues, we are halfway through our program. For the contractors that would like to check their statuses, we have a CIDB table in the hallway. You can check your statuses. If you want to apply as a new entrant, you can apply. If you want to unsuspend your status, you can do that through our colleagues in the hallway. Lunch is ready. It will take 30 minutes, unfortunately, for lunch, because colleagues, we have very exciting presentations coming after lunch. Those presentations will be setting out the opportunities that are available for yourselves as contractors. So let's make sure that after lunch we don't go. We form part of those presentations. I know contractors have many questions to ask, particularly with programs that are available. So this will be your opportunity to raise those questions. Thank you. Lunch is across the hall. 30 minutes, please, colleagues. Thank you.
Attention, please. EB. Ladies and gentlemen, can we start? Welcome, good afternoon. May we please move forward and occupy the seats in front. I know it's Friday's afternoon, we're eager to hit the road, but we will try to be as efficient as possible. Yeah, as you are aware, my name is Yvonne Mbane. I'll be the program director for this hour. I'm a board member for the CIDB. Later on, I will introduce our 4 speakers. Okay, thank you. As you are aware, contractor development is about empowering you with knowledge and skills so that you can become experts and grow in your endeavors. But you won't be able to grow if you don't receive opportunities. Angithi, all along we've been engaging. As women, you know that you can't be engaged forever. Somewhere, somehow, you need to get married, angithi. Yeah, you need that commitment. But this commitment which we are going to speak about this afternoon is totally different. As you know, there are rules, there are regulations, there are policies, there are processes which needs to be adhered to. But the session now is to bring you closer to knowledge. These ladies who are seated in front are going to share with you the opportunities which are available out there. And in most cases, we cry and say we don't get opportunities. And the departments and other entities also are amazed. How can you starve and die of hunger in the land of plenty? So we are going to do that. So our presenters are going to give you a succinct or concise mandate of what they do. We're not taking you for granted, but it is quite important because of sometimes we blame others for things which they are not accountable or responsible for because of there is a misunderstanding. So there is a process which we call expectation management, so that you don't expect something. When you have a general dealer, you used to buy meat not in the butcher, in the supermarket. But when they change and say, but our mandate, you are registered as a butchery, you won't fight with them, but last year we've been selling bread. So I've got 4 dynamic ladies here in front who are going to share with you their mandates of their organizations as well as the opportunities available. And later on, we will take few questions and they'll be able to respond. Let me start here. On my left, we've got Lehlohonolo Memeza. Lehlohonolo Memeza is from Isandral, one of the entities for the Department of Transport. And we've got Glory Muleleki, who's from the Independent Development Trust, IDT. And we've got Ms. Jabulile Mabaso. Jabulile Mabaso is a regional manager for the Johannesburg Public Works. Is relevant for this region and for this province. And we've got, on the far left, we've got Dr. Amuzweni Ngoma, who's the director for Gauteng City Region Academy, the GCRA. So those are the 4 ladies who are going to share their opportunities and then also, certain issues of compliance of requirements which you need to adhere to in order to access the opportunities. Let's get it clearly that we are here in as much as we call this matchmaking, but it's not definite. You still need to follow a process as long as you know where to find what in terms of, projects. I think I will start with Gauteng Infrastructure Pipeline, which is Ms. Jabulile Mabaso. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Ngiyabingelela. Ngiyabingelela kubantu abenza imali. My name is Jabulile Mabaso. I am Director, Special and Major Project, but I'm also an acting regional manager in Johannesburg Regional Office under Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. All of us, I think we know why Public Works is here. What is the role of Public Works? I'm not going to go there because I only have 15 minutes. The gist of the matter is I need to show you the list of projects that we are having this financial year. Is that fine? Okay, thank you. That's my first slide. Under Gauteng CPM, I have 1.7 billion rand project that is planned. There is a branch called CPM, which is Construction Project Management Branch. We have 20 projects that are planned to go out on tender this financial year. And under FM, which is Facility Management, I have 40 projects. Some are term contract, your boilers, your fire extinguishers, etc. You'll see the list of projects. And under Prestige, I have 13 projects. Then on slide number 2, four projects at my region, at Johannesburg Regional Office, which I have package of 3 generators, Boksburg Magistrate Court, Langlaagte, and Johannesburg Family Court. These projects are not yet advertised. I'm ready to advertise. I'm waiting some few procurement processes, your BSc and your NBAC to approve the strategy. The grades for this project is for grade 3 to grade 9. Under Construction Management Branch, I have 1 project, which is grade 7, 2 CPM, 2 project, grade 7 to grade 9, 311 million, which is Omami Lady, Magistrate Court, and Bronkhorstspruit Labour Center construction. Under Mabato region, remember under Mabato, the Carltonville, due to demarcation, the Carltonville now it's under Joburg. So hence I'm presenting that project too. Don't ask me to say why now you are talking about Mabato, it's because of the demarcation. So I have 2 projects, which is your Carltonville Police Station. We once visited with the minister 2 months ago. That is about to go out on tender in this financial year. The next slide. These are the list of projects for 2026-2027. Oh, I'm the one. Thank you. Your Johannesburg Magistrate Court, those generators that I spoke about, they're about to go out on tender. Backup generators, Constitutional Court, supply of standby generators. You can see the date that you go, when I'm going to go out on tender. You can even see the cidb gradings, head office project in Pretoria, generator again in UPS, cidb grade 5. I have to go on tender and next month. Your Mamelodi Magistrate Office, Bronkhorstspruit, Constitutional of Labour Court, the Carltonville that I spoke about, the Bridge Prison, as well as the Boksburg. Joburg generators, Meadowlands, Lenasia, and Jeep magistrate. I'm about to go on tender next month, and the award it's before end of September this financial year or this calendar year. Backup generator, Hadak, Watema, Dante, Forchville. I'm planning to go out on tender again on the 31st of July this financial year, and as well as Constitutional Court, which is supply of standby generator. The next slide, it's talk about grade 7 to grade 9 in my region again. Your Boksburg Magistrate Court, your Langlaagte Police Station, your Johannesburg Family Court. They're about to go out on tender, grade 7 to grade 9. And at head office, the head office, which will be a Pretoria Regional Office, as well as the head office at 256 Madiba. Generators again at various magistrate courts in Gauteng, as well as construction of labor at head office. That one is still grade 7. This is the flagship project, but this one went out on tender. I'm about to award on this one. On the grade 9, Carltonville, it's grade 9, hence you don't see the value. I'm about to go on tender before the end of July, and closed or plan to award before December 2026. Gauteng specific procurement challenges, the root cause of blockers in Gauteng project pipeline, its budget allocation, and procurement instruction not reissued, or you find that we go out on tender at a later stage. There are so many variation orders. So one is a department, we're trying to make sure that we don't find ourselves issuing so many variation orders. So if the engineer goes on site, or the principal agent and the PSP team went on site and find out what is the scope of works, we make sure that the scope of work is aligned with the procurement instruction that was received from the client. Hence, we want some procurement instruction to be reissued. IPC submission outdated. You'll find the project went out on tender, and when it went out on tender, we could not get the responsive bidder, so we have to re-advertise. So the process has to start again to go to infrastructure budget committee and get for funding. That process is delaying the procurement. It's low allocation relative to project value. Like your Carltonville was supposed to go out on tender, I think 5 years or 6 years ago, and we're still using that estimate. So hence, these are the delays that causing procurement delays. Gauteng pipelines, I'm not going to go to each and every point on this one. These are the opportunities, your grade 3 to 4, your grade 4 to 5, your grade 5, your grade 7, your grade 9, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, grade 9. So I'm just indicating to the contractors to say, there is work, go to our website, go to where we advertised, and make sure that you get an opportunity to tender and get the project with DPWI. These are the recommendations for Gauteng. I'm not going to go to the recommendation due to time, because the only thing was the list of projects. Then I have 2027-2028 procurement plan project. These are the list of projects per project. I'm not going to read all of them, but I wanted to show where it's indicating CIDP grading not applicable. It shows that I'm going out on consultants if there is no CIDP grading. I'm advertising for PSP. Planning phase, Pretoria North Magistrate Court, as well as Pretoria refurbishment, the Consilium building. It's still on planning phase. That might go end of the financial year or 2027-2028 financial year. Pretoria Regional Office challenges. We say, I've spoke about the issues of funding, the issues of specification, where we wait for funds confirmation or funding approval that led to delays in terms of procurement. Delays in procurement processes, the sitting of BECs, the sittings of NBAC, you find the quorum, we don't form the quorum, so then you're postponing for another days. Those are the delays that one is trying to make sure that you resolve them. The risk assessment reports that are not concluded within the reasonable time frame, you find that the evaluation has been done. After evaluation, the QS has to take the document and check ukuthi our contractor A or contractor B, is here risk? Is it a high risk or medium risk? The QS is the price of the recommended bidder in line with the gazetted price as per the price adjustment. You check all of those things. Unfiled professional services post in the Pretoria Regional Office, it's just a human resource that you need to look at as the department. Then on FM project, this slide I'm not going to dwell on because on this one I'm at evaluation stage. There are no what we call opportunities on this one. But on this from number 8, where I indicated that specification, so which means we still need to go out on tender for term contract, your 5ME, I'm at specification stage. Anytime from now, I will go out on tender this financial year from number 8 to number 13. Then number 15 to number 19, I still need to go out on tender. Those are FM, those are the FM PMTE that you need to make sure that you check your advert, you check the bulletin, and make sure that you apply for this project. 26 to 27 as well as 32, it's about to go out again. It's under FM again. The FM 33 to up to 37, it's FM that still need to go out on tender. Make sure that you go on the website and check this advert. We are advertising this calendar year and this financial year. These FM are on planning. This is on this one, Brian Tiron Estate and ministerial accommodation. You know the process on this one. You need to make sure that you are vetted for you, or security vetted for you to be appointed on this project. We will appoint you if you are responsive and you are recommended on this project, but you'll go to the process of security vetting because you'll be working on the ministerial or principal's accommodations. Acquisition procedure, they spoke about. I'm not going to dwell on this one. We know the issues of CSD. We know the issues of quotation that are advertised through our DPWI website as well as our National Treasury Tender Portal and cidb. So I'm not going to dwell on this slide. The challenges that I've noted here, they spoke about 30 days payment. That normally is our challenge as the department. We are trying to make sure that we're paying the contractors within 30 days, but you find that most of the cases, the contractors are not completing their banking details correctly, leading to delays the payment. You're submitting the payment in your office, you have a project with me, but the last time we paid you, it was a year ago. In the system, I cannot continue paying you because I paid you a year ago. You need to make sure that you update the banking details. Contractor not providing their valid and relevant experience as per tender document. Please make sure that you check these things. Contractor not submitting the substantive as per the PA4. You check the PA04, what is required, and you submit the information. Tenderers sending representative that could not relate to construction terminology at the briefing site. To miscommunication of a special condition set at the briefing. That we need to look at. You don't just send anyone to site to compulsory briefing meeting. Send a person that will understand, that will know the geographically of the site, so that when you price for the PNGs, you know what are you putting in the tender document because you've been to site. I'm not going to repeat what I've already alluded on this one. Contract empowerment, 1 up until grade 9, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. It's on me.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Maybe I shouldn't present. Dumela. I think, okay. They had the wrong presentation. My name is Litlonolo Memeza. I'm from Sanral. I'm the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. I'm responsible for a couple of portfolios. I'm responsible for strategy, planning and reporting, transformation and stakeholder relations, marketing and comms, and business development. So I will take you through opportunities at Sanral. I'll give you updates about some of our initiatives on the transformation end. But I will start, we were asked to elaborate on our mandate as Sanral. Sanral is a state-owned entity. We report to the minister, who's our shareholder. We are responsible for the funding, the development, the managing, the rehabilitation, the maintenance of the proclaimed National Road Network. And without waste of any time, I'll go through the presentation, and I'm hoping it's moving. So I'll start with the transformation initiatives, moving to the Sanral project pipeline and flagship projects. I will update you on our contractor development program. So the Sanral transformation initiatives, and the list is not exhaustive, but we selected few that we would like to highlight. So all of you may be aware of our minimum 30% subcontracting. So for every construction project, for every work actually, including even on the consulting engineering space, so for every work that Sanral advertises up to a certain value, there is a minimum of 30% subcontracting. In other projects, the main contractor go above the 30%. And this is targeting your CIDB level 1 to 4, 5 sometimes, and 6. So in the next 3 years, which is the MTF, the projected figure for subcontracting, if we just base it on the minimum 30%, as I indicated that some contractors subcontract more than that. So we're looking at, for the next 3 years, about 52 billion in that space. And then we have community development projects. So these are projects, some of them are linked or integrated with the main contractor, or main project. Some of them are standalone projects. So sometimes we even go outside of road construction and we have a community development project. So for the next 3 years, we have about 94. We encourage and we accept joint venture arrangements, and then we make sure that I know in the past Sanral hasn't been good in making sure that this benefits, especially the lower grades when they partner with the higher grades. But going forward, we intending to manage that kind of relationship, but it's acceptable. Job opportunities. In every project that we're rolling out, there are job opportunities. We create jobs for the locals. On an annual basis, our target is about 15,000 job opportunities. We have CETA learnerships. We take students who have completed the theory part in the construction space. We have an MOU with the construction CETA, and our annual target is 2,000 per annum. We normally absorb more than that, so that when they leave the program, that they are properly certified. And then progress on the contractor development program, I'll go in detail when we get to that slide. We are busy finalizing the concept document for the Black Industrialist Scheme. So here is where Sanral wants to transform the entire value chain within the road construction. So the provision of materials, the provision of equipment, any other services that is required when we're building our road infrastructure. So we have engaged with the communities when we were, with the stakeholders, when we were going around getting inputs from the stakeholders as it relates to contractor development program. We did speak on our Black Industrialist scheme. We're hoping to get this approved internally within SANRAL and it being rolled out in this current financial year. So by March next year, we would be rolling it out. And we're seeing the future being that the Black industrialists who will be participating in this scheme will be feeding into the contractor development program and supplying the contractors working on that program. And then we have seen that there is a need to intensify our monitoring as SANRAL. If you look at the arrangement of the subcontracting, which is your CIDB level 1 to 4, we see the gap as it relates to SANRAL providing an intensified oversight. So we don't see the growth that we were expecting. So we're coming in, there was a tender that was out to assist us in increasing resources on the ground to be able to monitor and manage the main contractor and see that they are pushing transformation agenda through the implementation of our project. And then on the PLC, I'm hoping that you are aware that SANRAL's approach is to have PLCs within the municipality where we're rolling our project. And PLC stands for Project Liaison Committee. And people that sit on the PLC are the local leaders. So in there you will have your traditional leaders, you'll have your business forums, you'll have different organizations represented in those PLC for every project. So they are responsible to oversee the 30% or the minimum 30% that is done by the locals, that the locals benefit. So they tend to actually protect those 30%, but we see the need for SANRAL to take in more of the leadership role and to make sure that there's no infiltration in that space and the locals do benefit. So the SANRAL pipeline, before I get to that one, I will talk about the flagship programs, and I'll move fast. And maybe most of you know about this big project. So we have the N2, N3 upgrade in KZN. We have about 135 kilometers of upgrades divided into about 25 work packages. Currently, we have about 8 work packages that are already in construction. And then the estimate of the entire project is about 40 billion, and estimated jobs that may be created through that project is about 17,000. Then we go to Moloto. That's the upgrading of Moloto Road in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. So we have about 139 kilometers of road improvements divided into about 17 work packages, 4 work packages in construction, and an estimate of about 11.5 and about 6,250 jobs to be created. N2 Wild Coast, all of you, you know about it by now. This includes the 2 famous bridges in the Eastern Cape and 112 kilometers of new greenfield roads associated with those 2 bridges. And we have about 9 work packages. 3 work packages are already in construction, and the estimate is about 23.5 billion and about 8,000 jobs to be created in that space. We have the recent one, which is the N2 MLO to Richards Bay. We have about 415 kilometers of upgrades. We know that that road is famous with trucks going to Richards Bay port. 415 kilometers of upgrades, 19 work packages, 3 work packages already in construction tender, and about 48, budget is about 48 billion and is estimated to create about 19,500 jobs. Finally, we have the N1 Bloemfontein to Windbeck. It's about 85 kilometers of upgrades, 4 work packages already in construction. Estimated budget is about 4.3 billion and it's estimated to create about 6,000 jobs. This is to show the breakdown of SANRAL per province. SANRAL has moved from, we used to be regionally based. We used to have 4 regional offices, but now we have since opened offices in each and every province. And the reason was that we wanted to be closer to provincial offices, municipalities. We wanted to integrate, we wanted to plan better, we wanted to be closer to other roads authorities. So we have presence in all, if you go to our website, you'll be able to see the addresses. So we are present in all 9 provinces. And we currently sitting at, or our mandate is sitting at about 27,478 kilometers. And on the right, the map just shows you the traffic, the average daily traffic in different provinces. And you can see Joburg there dominating with the red and the pink, which means it's very congested. And you look at Cape Town as well, there's congestion in KZN a little bit, but others are manageable. Then you see the 3-year project pipeline. I wish I can expand more like my previous colleague, but it's a lot. Over the 3-year term, we have about 1,737 projects worth about 175 or 176 billion. So that's the pipeline for SANRAL. So project type, obviously SANRAL's approach is more of a preventative maintenance. So we focus more on preventative maintenance, which includes routine road maintenance, periodic maintenance, and special maintenance. And then we have community development projects where we target your grade 1, 2, 3, and 4, strengthening, improvements, and new facilities. And then maybe I need to kind of unpack this slide shows you where the current financial year, which is 26-27, where the projects are. So this is the non-toll. SANRAL is funded, 90% of the funding comes from the fiscus. The rest, we go into the market to borrow on the toll portfolio. We get revenue from tolling. And we get some money from the concessionaires as well. So this shows how the different projects are distributed across the country. And you can be able to go to National Treasury where our annual procurement plan is publicized, and you see the actual, it's a booklet, it's a lot. So I couldn't put it in a presentation. I would be here the whole day just to unpack each and every project, but this is the distribution across the country. And then lastly, is to give you an update on the contractor development program. We went around the country, the journey, maybe I should go back. We started in 2024, putting together the concept document. In 2023, 2024, we went around, consulted nationwide. We went in all 9 provinces to get inputs from all of you. Some of you might have attended the consultation, and we used the input. They were very fruitful. They added more meat to our concept document. Our concept document was approved in 2025. We launched end of 2025 the contractor development program for SANRAL, and in January this year the board approved about 100 projects to set aside, to take 100 projects from the bigger program to set them aside for the contractor development program. We went officially last week Friday, we advertised expression of interest for contractors. So our contractor development program is focusing on, you heard me when I said we're looking in the subcontracting, we're focusing on your grade 1 to grade 4. For contractor development program, we're looking at your cidb 5 to 9. Black-owned construction companies. And what we've seen, the reason that we're focusing on 5 to 7 is that 5 to 7, we call them the missing middle. So they tend to grow to that level and then they don't get opportunities. They don't get opportunities because the well-established companies are not precluded to participate in the space. So they tend to come and bid for work that's supposed to be for the grade 5 to 7. So we've created this incubation space for them to get opportunities to work on SANRAL projects, to get the necessary support. We've partnered with financial institutions 2 financial institutions. They are already on board. We have MOU with them. We've got the equipment supplier, Bell, has come on board for the supply of a yellow plant. And since the launch and since the approval of the contract and even during break, you get a lot of potential partners who want to come on board. So there's still more partners that will come. We're still in negotiations, but we're excited. We are nervous, but I think this will make big strides when it comes into transformation. Will actually accelerate transformation within the construction space. So we went out on the 12th of June for expression of interest to establish the panel, and we went out with about 26 projects already. So the rolling out, we want to phase it in, looking at our own resources internally so that we don't bite more than we can chew. So look out for them. They are on our website and all other platforms that we advertise our tenders. So the projects are worth about 4.5 billion, the ones which were advertised. And the first briefing session happened on the 23rd of June, and we were oversubscribed. And that tells us there's a lot of work that we still need to do. And we got approval for the second briefing session, which will happen on the 3rd of July. And the remainder will be advertised on the second quarter. And the training and mentorship to mentor the contractors on the contractor development program, it will go out in a week or 2. Thank you.
Okay. It's okay. Okay. Good afternoon. As I was introduced, my name is Glory Muleleki. I'm the Regional General Manager from the Independent Development Trust, the IDT. Are you all going to memorize our presentation? Because I don't see anyone taking notes. No, ke ntse ke le shebile ke dutse mo. Okay. No, ke bone ke batla ho bona na re ntse re le kaofela. As you can see my presentation here, I'm not going to touch on all those slides because we were told that we are given only 15 minutes to run through our presentation because we have to touch on the core business of today, which is the opportunities within the infrastructure space. As I said, I'm from the IDT. Who is IDT? IDT, we are the Schedule 2 of the public sector under the Department of Public Works. We are reporting to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, and it was established in 1990. Our mandate is to manage and deliver social infrastructure and social development programs on behalf of government. So we have 2 portfolios that we are running as IDT, which is infrastructure and social development under EPWP. And then in terms of our operation, we operate nationally. We have 9 regional offices. And in terms of our mandate, I said we are responsible for social infrastructure, whereby we implement and manage social infrastructure projects. And then under social development, we run the Expanded Public Works Program, the EPWP, which provides overall support on government EPWP and implements the non-sector state, NPO, non-sector state. And we also responsible for the built environment, where we provide built environment project management services. So we don't only work with contractors, but we also work with professional services providers. And then we also do training and empowerment under the social development portfolio. And what we do as well as IDT, which we know that we are very strong at, is the social facilitation, which provides social facilitation services for government programs. We know when we have to start a project in the community, there are a lot of issues. So as IDT, we make sure that when we start our project, we address the social facilitation. And then in terms of delivery, we ensure that we deliver or we support government delivery in multiple sectors. We deal with general building, we deal with stormwaters, we deal with a lot of things. If there's services that we need to provide to a client, as long as it falls under infrastructure, we ensure that we deliver that on behalf of the department. And in terms of how we do business, we operate on a management fee basis, ensuring that we comply with the PFMA. So as we are the implementing agent for the department or for government, we don't do it for free. We depend on management fee. That's what we use to run our offices. I'm not going to touch on the mission and vision and so forth. And in terms of our value proposition, yes, we intend to provide quality social infrastructure delivery on time, within budget, and on agreed scope. That's our value proposition. We want to be different from our competitors because there are other implementing agencies out there. It's not only IDT. We have the KURAs, we have the DBSAs, but we are not in competition because the infrastructure allocation for South Africa is so big. So we are allocated based on our capacity. So when I'm standing here, I'm standing as an implementing agency, but we are not competing with our counterparts. We compete based on our value proposition in terms of what is it that we bring on the table as the IDT to see to it that we deliver on the mandate of government. On the portfolio of infrastructure, which brought me here in this session, I'm going to tell you what is it that we are doing as IDT when delivering projects. We have what we call the greenfield, or we call it new facilities projects. Those projects are new buildings, or we start a project from the scratch, or we replace a whole building or a facility. That's what we call the greenfield. And then we have the non-greenfield, where now we do the structural defects, we do the refurbishments, we do the upgrades and additions, or facilities management. So those are what falls under our infrastructure portfolio. So projects, for example, a new school, we call it a greenfield project because it is a new school. It's totally something new. And then if there's an existing school and then we have to go there and do the refurbishment or we do the upgrades at that school, that's a non-greenfield project. Now, in terms of contractor development or opportunities that we have here at IDT, IDT for many years we've been striving to come up with a consistent or contractor development that is aligned to the cidb prescripts. But for years, it has been, a learning process whereby we had to see to it that contractor development that we have is aligned to the cidb, National Contractor Development Program, which seeks to develop emerging contractors through structured training, mentorship, practical project implementation opportunities, which we didn't have in place because normally we will take contractors and then we won't have budget to employ a mentor or to employ a service provider who will provide the training. But moving forward as the IDT, we are looking into reviewing our policies to see to it that we capture all those elements that will make our program to be aligned to all the prescripts in terms of the cidb. The model that we want to adopt as the IDT in implementing this contractor development is to ensure that we identify the correct contractors based on the project or the portfolio that we have. We don't want a situation where we will call contractors to be part of our contractor development. And then you are in that contractor development program for 3 years and then you don't get opportunities. We want to align it to what we have at the moment so that everyone who is in the program will be able to get those opportunities. We want to assess contractors, and then we will do that in line with the prescripts of CIDB, whereby contractors have to be assessed through the APLs and so forth, through the training service providers that they have appointed to assist us with the assessment. And then once we have received the report in terms of your assessment, we will take you to training for 6 months, through the universities that they have appointed, and then we will appoint mentor who will be on site with the contractor. And then everything that we will be doing will be in line with the projects that have been allocated to us. Remember, at IDT, we don't have projects. We rely on clients to give us the portfolio. So each and every region will differ in terms of the portfolio that they have. I will show you in the next slides in terms of the different regions, how much do we get from our clients. And then we need to monitor that CDP and report to wherever we're supposed to report, whether to National Treasury or to the CIDB or to any other government institution or to Department of Public Works if we have to report. And those contractors, they need to graduate because they cannot be in the program forever. And then in terms of our beneficiaries, we're intending to recruit contractors who are on grade 2 to grade 5 based on the portfolio that we have currently. And then based on that portfolio, we'll be setting aside contractors, a budget of 1 million to 3.25 because we are targeting contractors from grade 2 to grade 5. And then we'll be targeting the priority groups in terms of Black-owned, women-owned, youth-owned, disabled, and local contractors. And you know the requirements obviously will be, you'll be required to be registered with CIDB, you should be active, you should be tax compliant, and you should come from your local municipality. And then currently, in terms of the program that we have advertised. There are some that we've already advertised and some that are still in progress. We have 607 contractors that are on our existing CDPs in different regions. In the Eastern Cape, we have 47 contractors in their development program. In the KZN, we have 470 contractors, and in Mpumalanga, we have 90. As I said, the numbers are determined by the portfolio that the region has. So if the region does not have enough portfolio, because we're still on the ground to get more portfolio so that we can be able to roll out this program. And then in the Free State, we are still going to advertise. In Gauteng, we are still going to advertise, just be on the lookout. In Limpopo, we are going to advertise. And in the Western Cape, we are still going to advertise. And you must remember the Constitution says, you know, all these opportunities belongs to everyone who stays in South Africa. So I didn't decide to come and give you a presentation and box you in Gauteng. I wanted you to have an open mind and see what is coming around the country. So my presentation is not only based in Gauteng. I want you to see that even in the Western Cape, in the Limpopo, in the Free State, you still have opportunities. And then we don't work alone in terms of implementing our CDPs. We are working with national and provincial public works or other infrastructure departments. We are not yet in the municipal space. We're only in the province and national space. We're working with the CIDB, we are working with the construction SETA and other SETAs, training providers, we are working with mentors, financial institutions, and PSPs, professional service providers. And then in terms of our success indicators, yes, every program you need to see whether you are going or you're coming. So in terms of our program that we want to implement, we want to see to it that we have the training and mentorship in place, we ring-fence projects in regions, and then we get a funding support. And also we have monitoring and evaluation in place. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that we don't work alone, but we want to work with other stakeholders, such as the financial support. And then this is a breakdown of our portfolio. Our portfolio nationally, we are sitting at more than 5 billion. And this project, you can see them, there are 173 projects nationally. And they are multi-year projects. Don't be fooled by those numbers. Those projects, they can run for 3 years. And as IDT, we are guided by the government framework, which is called the IDMS. IDMS is the Infrastructure Delivery Management System. It guides us in terms of how we plan for projects, how we budget, and how we execute projects, and how we maintain those projects after we have handed them over to the clients. So the project, in terms of the IDMS, most of the projects that we get from clients, we start from the scratch. So it means that some of the opportunities will be given to the professional service providers, the PSPs. The PSPs, they need to assist us with the planning, the design, and then after they go with the different stages. Then when we go to the stage of appointing a contractor, which is stage 5, that's where now we will go out on tender. That's where now, as contractors, you have to look out on the iTender platforms, on the tender bulletin, our adverts. We advertise our projects there. So all these projects that you see that are 173, they are from our current procurement plan. So these projects, they will be ongoing. Even next year, we will be putting them again in our procurement plans. And what you need to do is just to see that you visit the e-tender portal, the tender bulletin, so that you see when we get to the stage 5, then you will be able to see that, okay, the opportunities are open. We are reviving our website, whereby now you will be able to see projects that are progressing. You will see projects that are on planning when you go to our website, and then you will know that, okay, this project is on planning. Then it means that maybe after a couple of months, this project will be on stage 5, then they will be looking for a contractor. So that's how our pipeline looks like for this financial year. Over 500 billion with 173 projects. And in Gauteng, don't say you don't have projects, because I can see it's 3. We had a lot of projects, but those projects that they are on a closeout phase. So we are now on the ground now negotiating with stakeholders or infrastructure clients departments, whereby now they will bring more portfolio to us. And then once we have the portfolio, we will be able to start the process of appointing the PSPs and the contractors. This is how, I just extracted this from our tender document when we're looking for contractors to be part of our contractor development panel. This is the documents that we want from you. You can take a picture. I'm not going to read through that, because you will see them on our tender documents. So I will end there, because I had so much to share with you, but time is not on our side. But I think the presentations will be sent to everyone who attended this. And on that note, Chairperson, I thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Amuzweni Ngoma. I come from the Gauteng Office of the Premier, from an academy called the Gauteng City Region Academy. I am here to speak to you about something that is slightly different. I am here to advocate for unemployed and underskilled young people. I'm here to talk to you about the kinds of matching opportunities that you can give the young people that we train in different trades within the construction industry. That's the first ask. The second ask is slightly different. And it relates to a provincial skills plan that has been developed, again by the Gauteng City Region Academy, that seeks to consolidate everything that happens in the skills arena within the province. So as contractors, you've already heard quite a bit from Sunroll, you've heard from the Department of Infrastructure, and you've also heard from the IDT about what it is that they do for contractors in terms of like contractor development. We go a level low and begin to provide a scaled pipeline for contractors like you to be more competitive, more productive, and actually to grow the economy through the construction sector. You will understand the Gauteng province also has a number of incomplete building structures, and it also has a regressive kind of like infrastructure, social and educational infrastructure that we need to update. And we're preparing that skills pipeline as the Gauteng City Region Academy. So I want to talk to you very specifically about a project that we conceptualized and implemented in the last financial year. It was driven by the Gauteng Department of Education, if we go to the next slide. And what it did is that it went to trade schools, right, in different corridors within the Gauteng province, and invited over 2,000, nearly 3,000 young people to come on board and go to those schools to be trained in very specific trades within the Gauteng, within the construction industry. The next slide, please. And the reason we did that is because the Gauteng province has actually articulated that it has what it calls Gauteng 13 problems. And those, where I come from, somebody presses the slide for you. It's not manual, somebody does it for you. So, okay, let me do my own slides. Okay, so we have what we've called the G13 problems. And the G13 problems are really something that articulates the kinds of priorities that the Gauteng province really needs to focus on. Some of those are largely around infrastructure. So we talk about an energy crisis, we talk about a water crisis, we also talk about the fact that we have incomplete and low number of schools, and we also then talk about the fact that we need the kinds of workshops, trade workshops, where our young people can actually go and practice in outside of normal hours. So what we then did was to create what we called the Unemployed Youth Development Initiative, which was implemented directly by the Gauteng Department of Education as well as the GCRA. In that particular program, we actually offered some basic construction-related skills in bricklaying and plastering, painting and surface preparation, tiling and floor finishing, as well as landscaping of also public grounds like schools. What's really important about this particular project is that we invited young people and stated to them that we would be offering them a particular amount in terms of like their stipend, and that particular stipend payment was also graded, meaning that for young people that had matric, we would offer them, I think, about 2,000 rands. Young people that did not have matric, right? We offered them 1,200 rands as a stipend. And for young people that have a matric and other post-matric certificates, we offered them 3,000 rands a month as a stipend. And then the ones that had your degrees and diplomas, obviously the amount went up to 6,000. So that stipend is funded, in some cases directly by the provincial government, and in some instances, it's money that the Gauteng City Region Academy sources from CETAs, so that it is possible for contractors to then approach the Gauteng City Region Academy to find out the kinds of training that they are already doing, so that you can come and source from us. If you're looking for well-trained painters that have received accredited training or a certificate that is well sought after, you would come to the Gauteng City Region Academy to find out the kinds of good skilled young people that we have, and then absorb them into the projects that you would necessarily have applied for, whether it's through SANRAL, whether it's through IDT or DP, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So that's how this thing kind of like links together. We're trying to provide you with the kind of skilled pipeline that allows you to provide quality and sustainable, a quality and sustainable kind of like built environment. So what we then do is that we provide kind of like 4 wraparound services. You would have heard about coaching, mentoring, tutoring from SANRAL and IDT. We do the same thing, but at the level of the learner, where we've placed the young person in a TVET college, if we've placed that young person in a GDE technical school, where they are able to actually absorb those learners. The learners we've had in this particular chapter have been very diligent and very disciplined. So the idea, yeah, some young people just jump, hop around, go from one contractor to the next for stipends and better offerings. We actually had a very stable participation and very low dropout rate within this project because of the wall-to-wall kind of like support that we are provided for the young people. It started principally with recruiting the young people, the right young people, with the right kind of like appetite that were geared and wanted to get the skills throughout the program so that they could get employment or entrepreneurial opportunities at the end. What's important to note about the Gauteng City Region Academy as well is that we also provide a bursary. The bursary stands at about 572 million rands per year, and what we do there is that we fund young people coming from no-fee paying schools that have performed very well academically, and we give them a full service bursary to go to any university of choice within the STEM fields. So those same young people are the young people that would then come out with bachelors of engineering, BScs, that come out with master's, and those are the young people that we're requesting today to have a relationship with contractors so that you would actually be able to absorb them. So with that, colleagues, that is the end of my presentation. What I do want to draw your attention to very quickly is the Gauteng Master Skills Plan that I alluded to right at the beginning of the program. You'll note as contractors that you've heard quite a bit of information, and I've seen a lot of people taking pictures. It's an information overload. But as contractors, what you need to do is also navigate the place so that you can identify where this opportunity, where the young people that have stipended training opportunities are sitting, GCRA, where the tenders coming in, financial year, June, then you rush and go there. So what we're trying to do with the Gauteng Master Skills Plan, which is the provincial skills development plan, right, that governs everything that skills development happening in the province, is to make sure that we provide you with the kind of information that gives you a one-stop shop kind of like platform for you to access the different kind of information that's related to the construction sector. We want to get into a deepened relationship with contractors on account of the fact that construction has been identified as a labor-absorbing sector. But we have to prove that it's a labor-absorbing sector for all of the money that government is in fact investing in it. And so the proof of that is its ability to absorb young people that have just been newly trained in accredited and even in some other areas, non-accredited trades, because sometimes our curriculum is not moving fast enough, to get to the level where you get just-in-time kind of like training. So I'd like to invite you at this particular moment to have a serious relationship, or at least to come and find out what the Gauteng City Region Academy actually does and what it is attempting to do with the Gauteng Master Skills Plan 3. I want to invite you to write to gmsp3@gauteng.gov.za and to articulate your position in terms of the kinds of skills that you need, whether current or in the future, the kinds of skills that you need us to identify and train for, or even to originate, to design and develop, because it doesn't exist just yet. I invite you to write to us and to be candid about the competence, your capabilities, and your capacities that you need, so that when we then completely get the Master Skills Plan approved, it is, in fact, something that is industry-driven, that is sector-driven. It is, in fact, a policy document that is responding to the needs on the ground. To the needs on the ground, so that the 1 to 5 kind of like levels, studies, contractors, are in fact moving up on the scale of productivity and profitability, and also just general contribution to the South African economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jabulile Mabaso from Johannesburg Public Works. Lehloonolo Memeza. We're still coming to that. Lehloonolo Memeza from Sanral. Lori Muleleki from the IDT, Dr. Amuzweni Ngoma from Gauteng City Region Academy. Can you please give them a round of applause once more? Thank you so much. And all of you have registered. You'll realize that in your tag there's a QR code. Please do scan that QR code. You will be able to access the presentations. You can download and access the presentations. They are available for your consumption. You can even get the details which you want from the presentations. So now I'm gonna give you an opportunity to ask questions. Can you hold on, madam? You'll get your opportunity. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to ask questions. In the interest of time, I'm going to allow questions up to a maximum of 4 per individual. If there is time, then we can have the second round. Please, I humbly request that, please, no preambles, no presentation, no rerunning of the presentation. Let us be direct and be brief for the sake of time, for efficiency purposes. And if it happens that the presenter did not get your question clearly because of he needs context to can answer, he will indicate that can you provide context. Can we agree on that? Yes. And we are going to follow the following approach for professional efficiency purposes that we are not all over the place. I will start with the speakers, the way they are seated, that you ask 4 questions to Sandral. Sandral jot down the questions. You ask 4 questions. If there's, I'm not saying it should be 4, if there's no question, there's no question. And then if the question are less in a particular speaker, we will give the other speaker where there is a lot of interest time. And then they take questions, they jot down the questions, they prepare their response, and they will come one by one to respond. If they want clarity on certain issues, they will ask so that we are not all over the place. This one is answering that. Can we agree on that approach to save time? Yes, I hope they are roving mics. Madam, otherwise it's gonna, if you have been selected to ask a question, just stand up so that they are able to see you with the roving mic. Number 1, who's number 2 there? We are asking Sandral. The questions are directed to Sandral for now only. Number 3 is only 2 questions, Sandral, which you must pay attention to. There's at the back there, number 3. Please, guys with roving mics. We've got 3. Yeah, let's settle for 3 now. You can start, ma'am. You ask your questions, you're gonna sit down, and then we will ask they're not gonna respond now. Is it not working? Can we assist her with the mic that is working properly? So please, with the mic, I know some of you, when you get a mic, you are tempted to sing. No singing.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon to our panelists and also to all the guests that are this side. And I would like to also greet our Deputy Minister, all the leaders that were here before this session. and appreciate all the presentations and the speeches that were made by them. My name is Sikelelwa Clara Solula Shamwenze. I'm the president of South African Women in Construction, with a very good relationship with the Department of Public Works, CIDB. And I think, Mamu Memela, 90% of the members of SAWIC National, they are CIDB registered. Maybe it's only those few that are not registered due to the projects that are not there, or maybe whatever that may be there. So I would like to thank this government for what you have done for the women in South Africa. And also, Mamu Memela, I heard you talking about the CDP of Sanral. We have worked with you for years, and you have passion in women empowerment. In fact, IDT as well is one of our stakeholders that is doing well in making sure that women are empowered, more especially with trainings and so on. And even the projects for CIDB, it's not a question, it's a compliment. More especially that most of our women, they also form part of your PLCs in the provinces. And most of them, they are in your projects. It's only one project that maybe we'll talk outside this session, where one of my members in the Eastern Cape had a challenge at Lusigisigi. Plant ya haye was burnt to ashes last month. But I know there are those challenges of the construction mafias, maybe challenges of the infights within the projects, but we have that challenge in the Eastern Cape. That next week I will be in the Eastern Cape, because in my language we say, when one of us encounters such challenges, and we have sent an email to your office inviting the person who is in charge there. The CDP, I would like to know if most of the programs or the presentations that I'm seeing here, they talk about grade 2s to grade 5s, maybe grade 5 to grade 7. I have a concern with the grade 1s, the people that are still new, emerging. What are your plans in empowering those people? Because it cannot be about us, as I'm a proudly CIDB grade 7 member and grade 5 CE are waiting for grade 6. But when you are a leader, as you step up in that ladder, you must make sure that the people that you are leading on the ground, nabo bayakhuphuka. What are your plans in terms of making sure that both CIDP and IDT, because I've seen in your presentation, you speak about grade 2s and above, but I'm not sure about grade 1s. And I know that some of them, they know that I'm here. As I leave this place, I'll be asked questions. We did not hear you asking questions about us, President. So I'm here representing them. And also, I saw in the presentation, there are provinces, IDT, that you have mentioned in terms of the CDP. One of them is the Eastern Cape, where I was born, thank you. The second one is KZN, and the third one is Mpumalanga. Then you said you are still going to advertise for the Free State and Gauteng, Limpopo, and Western Cape. Can we check when are you going to do those advertisements estimately, so that we inform our members to be ready? And thirdly, you didn't mention Northwest and Western Cape. May I ask what are the reasons? Or maybe is there anything, or have you done with them, maybe previously, and so on? This incubator program that you mentioned, how long will it take? You know, as women or as business people or as contractors, because construction is not about us alone. You know, we have lots of bontate who are in this industry. And without them, we are nothing in the construction industry, if I may tell you the truth. Whilst we demand the 40%, not 30%, Mamu Memela. I heard you saying, Usandral, uthi 30. Hayi nisemva, ngoba kaloku kufuneka basinikwe u-40%. So what I want to check here is one, not SAWIC, but women that are in construction, women that are in business, libontate. We always come to these meetings. Thanks for telling us that the presentation is here. In so much that I sent him an email as I sat here. I said, please provide the presentation, and she did with immediate effect. Not knowing Hori Imo. So what I want to check, last year we went to another launch of the incubator program that was announced, the same as these ones. And it was advertised. After advertisement, members of the organization or other organizations or other women, they did submit their applications to that institution because it's Department of Public Works, Human Settlements, and so on. But at a later stage, we received information that the new board members that were appointed after it has its own term. Then when they came in, then they did not now want to implement that one. They said it must start afresh. Then what happens to the people that are in South Africa that are emerging, that are looking for these projects, that are looking forward into getting the programs of the incubator program? Because after the incubator program, you need to give these people imisebenzi basebenze. But Sandra, South Africa. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I have allowed you because of you are representing a constituency. You are representing a multitude of women out there. But please, for others, let's be precise. Otherwise, you'll find that at the end, people are beginning to trickle out. We don't want to talk to empty chairs.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Mokhadi Melwa, CEO of BuildFix, a construction company, as well as chairperson of South African Women in Construction for the Gauteng chapter. I would like to ask Sandral, please. I think you have an indication of the intervention that is required, and you mentioned it in your presentation for grade 2 up until grade 6. I want to raise concerns regarding the expression of interest briefing that was held on the 23rd. Can we please prepare, because I think you've seen the volumes that require intervention. As much as it is a virtual briefing, I want to propose, consider making it a hybrid as well, so that more people that are unable to access it virtually can also look at physical attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. It was concise. Gentleman at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James. I'm from Business Forum around here in Everton. I have just a brief question, especially directed to Sandra. We've been provided with the training, if I recall, it was last year. If I recall correctly, the service provided was called Kecha, something like that. We went through a program, a very, very intensive program, and then most of the business people, they dedicate their lives in terms of empowering themselves with the knowledge. The unfortunate part of it, we went to a program and unfortunately we couldn't get even the certificate with regard to that. And then there was a follow-up that were done, especially, I still remember Sandra had one of their road show or maybe campaigns in the other area, Eldorado Park, if I'm not mistaken. Same question was raised, and then we find out even people from the other area, they did have the very same problem. Now we just want to understand that programs are being advertised or probably being notified within such gatherings. People, they went to programs, but we don't get certificate at the end of the day. Because we thought through such programs, we'll be able to be capacitated with regard to the information and able to use that particular information for future references. It's, I think, the third year now we inquiring one and the same question. And then can you please, Sandra, specifically to direct that or maybe solve that with those service providers so that we could get our certificate? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Sandra has noted. She will respond. Now we're coming to IDT. Anyone who wants to ask IDT a question?
Okay.
Yes, yours were compliments to both, and you've addressed them. At the end,
I thank you. My name is Sam Shabalala from Disabled People of South Africa. First of all, I'd just like to thank the CIDB, especially the chairperson, for always supporting us. But further, I would like to maybe just touch both at Sandra and the IDT. I'm one that's always been calling for the disabled people in construction to be recognized. As much as today we have the SAWIC and all the help that they've received as a stakeholder, as an HDI along the years. We also have a voice as disabled people. We also want to be counted. We have been discriminated and sidelined, and we've not been considered. And every time when there's report backs, there's always people coming saying companies of disabled people don't exist. Contractors with disabilities are not out there. But we're making a call to please be considered. And we're making a call for collaboration to be had between the DPSA, the Disabled People of South Africa, and the institutions, especially within the Public Works Department. Please, can this discrimination and sidelining, can it stop? Because we are suffering on the ground. We are the people that are supposed to be also proud to say we are having work and we are having consideration. Thank you very much.
noted, thank you. That's critical. We cannot talk of a transformation, but still marginalizing those who were historically disadvantaged. I don't see any hand for IDT, Regional Manager, DPWI. There's 2 hands there. For IDT, okay. My apologies, I didn't see you.
Good day. I am a student from the Central University of Technology in the Free State, and my question is directed to the SANRAL official and the IDT. So I have a question, I've wrote it down here. So I want to ask, does SANRAL have formal partnerships or an approved memorandum of understanding with universities or TVET colleges to fast track the student placements, especially in the built environment faculties? Or do you have specific contractors in each province you work with?
Okay.
And how do we see the accreditation on such circumstances? Because most of the students, they struggle when they get out of the higher institutions. So can the officials please elaborate more on that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Both SANRAL and I think everyone, all the 4 of them.
Good evening. My name is Khatebe Simpiwe. I'm still a young entrepreneur esaqala ku construction. Mina umbuzo wami uhambelana nalo president le emela abomama abaku construction. So my question is, nje mina ngumfana osaqala ku industry, because I came here ukuzothola ulwazi, how can I build my company as a young entrepreneur? So I want to ask about certificate sami ska grade 1 ukuthi kunala ngathola mentorship khona ukuthi ngikhone ukumuvela ka grade 2, because I can't depend kuma constructor la amakhulu amanyana ama grade aphambili ngoba angeke bangisize dewe mina ngifuna ukusizwa ngakhona. So bengifuna ukuzwa ukuthi mina nje ngino grade 1 like yini kufanele ngiyenze ukuya phambili kwamanye ama grade.
Okay. Question to Johannesburg, Regional Manager for Public Works. There's no question, the presentation was as clear as mud. So yeah, I'll hand over to Sandral IDT to respond and also give at the end an opportunity if there's something which you like to say. They might have asked a question to Sandral and IDT, but you find that there are those opportunities. For example, the question, what must I do to get opportunities for me to grow in order to move from grade 1 to grade 2? It aligned to what she has asked for the members of SAWIC in terms of, we're talking of grade 2 to 5 to 7, what about grade 1s? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clara. Thank you for, you always give me courage, because the work that we do is not easy, but thank you. Regarding the issue of one of your members whose plant was burned down, that is very tragic. I think we'll talk in detail, then I'll get more details from you, then we can intervene if we have to. Then you talked about the grade 1, so I'll answer you and the gentleman there. I think I like the fact that in a room we have mixture of grade 1s and your grade 7s and your grade 9s. And I think people who are already on grade 7 or grade 8 or grade 9, grade 5, I think will provide a clearer, maybe more of experience, because they've gone through the learnings, is that you need to avail yourself. Like for Sunroll, I've spoken about the opportunities as it relates to community development projects. So community development projects are targeted for your grade 1s, your grade 2, your grade 3, your grade 4. So look out for Sunroll's annual procurement plan. We do stakeholder engagements. Contact us. I will give my contact details to the CIDB that they share on my presentation, that you guys have it, that we can share the program when we come to your area, because I don't know where you stay. We do stakeholder engagements prior to the project starting, and the main contractor, what they're supposed to do together with our team and together with the PLC members, is to do mobilization. It's a 4 months mobilization before the start of the project. So the mobilization period is to show you what's available for you, what you can participate on, and how to tender, what to benefit from the contract. So you have to work on your end to go to Sunroll's website to see what's being advertised, which project is coming up. And within each and every project, there's subcontracting opportunities. So the main contractor is entitled to the 70 or the 60%, and the rest is for subcontracting. So that part, that's where you play the role, and on the community development project. But as I said in my presentation, we've identified gaps that we need to plug, especially for the subcontracting, where Sunroll, we need to do more of them monitoring, more where you feel Sunroll's presence in the project, especially the lower grades. So we're coming in there. The CDP, there was a question about how long will our program be. When we presented to our board, so on our concept document, because looking at Sunroll projects, Sunroll project can take about 3 to 5 years. So we said minimum 3 years that you're in the program, maximum 5. But we would like all the contractors who make it to the program to remain for the 5 years. But the board indicated that maybe we should come and present a scenario where we can extend the 5 years maybe to 10 years. So there's an appetite, but it's not yet approved. But for now, what's approved is the 5 years maximum. And I think I've already covered the interventions. Oh, you talked about the briefing session, the fact that there's a lot of interest in our CDP. Hence, we went for the second session of the briefing session. we are considering a lot of options in a form of online and physical. But the problem is that the minute that you go physical, our offices may not be big enough to accommodate everybody. And another thing is that we were looking at contractors traveling, like if you look at the Eastern Cape, how vast the province is, and the transport costs to all congregate in our one office in the Eastern Cape. So we're debating in terms of having a hybrid session, but thank you for that comment. It will be considered, but if it's not practical, it will still be online, but then we're working with our IT team to make sure that it doesn't crash like it did on Tuesday, I think Tuesday, yeah. The training service provider, the checker training service provider. So we are aware of the challenges. There was an investigation that was conducted as it relates to their appointment, and that investigation it's being finalized, and we will contact the service provider so that they do a proper closeout and make sure that every service provider who attended the training will get the certificate. I would like to have your details before I leave so that we can contact you directly. Disabled people, maybe I didn't talk about it in my presentation, and I think it was there, it was captured. When the board approved the Contractor Development Program, fortunately when we launched, there was a lady who came from DPSA, and it was said at that, and it was approved, the resolution was made formally. The 10% of the CDP, it's set aside or ring-fenced for disabled people on the National Contractor Development Program. So the 4.2 billion, 10% of that is going to go to, and then as we start rolling out more projects, 10% is for disabled people. We have had, since the launch, since that time, we have engaged with DPSA. We had meetings. They supplied us with information as it relates to your database. They are busy updating and making sure that they have a final database, but 10% is set aside. As it relates to MOUs with universities, SANRAL has obviously bursary schemes, and then we have MOUs with different universities where we support the university to chairs to sponsor the STEM program. So we help the students through their studies. And then when the students have completed the studies, SANRAL has a Technical Excellence Academy, which is based in Gqeberha. And this is bringing the student now into the working environment where they join the program and they get them exposure on the training side to make sure that they are properly certified and registered engineers when they are done with the program, and they are provided with mentorship. So we can talk offline, and I'll give you details of who to contact in that space. Thank you very much. I think I've covered everything.
You can come through. Before you come through, Dr. Amu was out. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Okay. Okay. You can come through. I'm saying she can come through.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't have many questions. I will just touch on the few ones that I have here. In terms of the opportunities for grade ones, Clara, I think my colleague here from SANRAL has answered that question, because the issue of grade ones, it cut across. But from the IDT side, I will say that because our portfolio depends on what the client is giving us, we will wish to be able to cater for grade ones, but most of our projects, as you saw in my presentation, that they are mega projects, they are big projects. So it's difficult to have that allocation for grade ones, because now we will be giving, the bigger contractors in terms of their gradings, and then maybe we'll manage the 30% allocation as we move on. So the issue of grade ones is very challenging, but maybe I will talk to the Free State, whereby now the client have engaged us in terms of their capacity in managing their incubator. So maybe that is also coming to IDT for all regions, that we will be running the incubator programs for the clients who don't have the capacity and the know-how of running those incubators. So that's where we will be able to cater the grade 1s and grade 2 in those incubators. And then in terms of the adverts for the CDP in other regions, it's not only the Northwest that I didn't mention there, also the Northern Cape I didn't mention because we are busy with the evaluation. We have advertised already, so we didn't put their numbers there because I was presenting that we have 607 contractors already in the CDPs. So we didn't want to include the number that we are not certain of. And then the other provinces, we haven't yet advertised. The 2, we are sitting with evaluation. And then in terms of the graduation program, from the CUT, yes, the IDT, unfortunately, we don't have the MOUs with the academic institutions, but we do advertise for graduate programs. I think this is our 4th leg since we started with the graduation program. And in our graduation program, we target all students in the built environment, and we give them a 2-year opportunity to be in our regional offices. We employ about 3 per region. So you will make calculation in terms of 3 times 9. And after we have recruited them, we don't just give them work and whatever. We encourage them to register as professionals. So we have good stories of those graduates who have registered who are now candidate registered professionals in quantity surveying and construction management, as well as project management. So those are good stories. Even those that have been in the program now, they have been absorbed as project implementation managers. What I'm saying is not a lie. I'm not buying your face. Just go to our offices. You will see them. All our PIMs, the program implementation managers, they started as graduates in all regional offices. So that's what we are doing. We don't need an MOU to be able to implement that. We can do that on our own because the industry is looking out. It's looking at us in terms of how do we manage that process of skills and retaining skills in the country. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll give colleagues 3 minutes each if there's something we want to say. We've picked up a set of car keys. Molebuheng. There at the back, you can come through if there's anything that you'd like to say in closing, to comment.
Thank you. From the Gauteng Office of the Premier, we look forward to your comments on the Gauteng Master Skills Plan 3. And I did get a couple of consultations outside, so that's why I took a bit of time from a bathroom break. But we do look forward to your comments. Please email us on gmsp3@gauteng.gov.za. We want to talk to you about your skills, competencies, and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Greetings again. I hope my presentation was clear. I did not get any questions, but my emails, it's Jabulile, if you want to write to the regional manager or DDGCPM, jabulile.mabaso@dpw.gov.za, and my official cell phone number, it's 060-997-5617. Ega McPherson Leo number and Kokelangai. Okay, my email address it's Jabulile JABULILE.mabaso dpw.gov.za. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jabulile. Now we'll call upon, is it Professor Billion, Susan, on the commitments, way forward, and vote of thanks. And thank you once more, presenters, for having responded to the questions. Give them also the last round of applause. This is not the end, it's a beginning. When you get their details, you can touch base with them on email if there are specific questions. I know there's quite a lot of questions which you like to ask, and part of development, sometimes you want to be held by the hand. Unfortunately, it can't be done in a forum such as this, but individually when you touch base with them, I believe they would be able to help. Over to you, Susan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Susan Bilon, I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the CIDB, Program Director, distinguished guests, contractors, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege for me to engage with you today on a matter that is central to our country's growth, contractor development. That is what we are here for today, and that is what we've been doing the whole day. Our commitments, so throughout the day, it was evident that some commitments and some key challenges were identified and some commitments were made. So let's talk about some of the commitments. So our commitments includes, amongst others, community development. Programs are being implemented. For example, the ladies on the stage talked about it, Sunroll. Please visit Sunroll's website to see what they have to offer, the contract participation and the goals. Disabled people, need more focus on disabled people. And thank you for the gentleman who brought that up. Then we have the contractor development programs. These are being implemented by the IDT and other entities. The CIDB will also continue to promote the National Contractor Development Framework to support clients. Other commitments that I've also noted here is we as the CIDB are committed to building a sustainable, inclusive and competitive contractor base. Obviously, we need that so that we can all move forward with the projects and the programs. This also means expanding opportunities. The contractors need opportunities, correct? We all need opportunities to go forward, to get some money in the bank. So if there are no projects and no programs that we can embark on, then all of us is going to go bankrupt. No? Am I correct? Am I correct? Do you agree with me? Yes. We're also going to ensure fair, transparent and consistent tender processes. The past hour and a half, we have been talking about the various tenders that are provided by the 4 institutions. And please make a point to visit their websites. We also talked about supporting transformation while maintaining quality and value for money. The contractor development is not just about awarding tenders. It's about building capacity, skills, and long-term viability At the end of the day, we are not here for just today and tomorrow. We are here for next year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. The key challenges that we must address today and going forward. Concerns were raised, amongst others, limited access to large and meaningful projects, delays in procurement and payments, capacity constraints and compliance requirements. These challenges are real. They require joint solutions between the CIDB, the government, the industry, and you, the stakeholders. The way forward. Going forward, our focus will be on 1, the structured development pathways. We will strengthen programs that move contractors from lower to higher grading levels, ensuring real growth and progression. That is, at the end of the day, what we are all striving at, to move up from a lower grade to a higher grade. The tender opportunities, as I've mentioned, the past 4 presentations provided a list of proposed and possible projects to be advertised and put out on tender. Proposals. The proposal is to break down large projects into work packages, and you have seen one of the projects, I think it might be the one of that bridge in the Eastern Cape. Yes, Sunroll. Sunroll already broke down their projects into project work groups. Is that what you call it? Yes, work packages. So they already did that. And at the end of the day, obviously the idea is that all large projects be broken down in work packages. What will the end goal be? More work creation, more people to work on a project. Encouraging joint ventures and mentorships. Procurement efficiency and transparency. Please ensure that your business is compliant with all the requirements, such as the CIDB grading and SARS, in order for the evaluation process to take place and projects to be awarded timeously. I remember hearing today that contractors said, and also the 4 speakers, they indicated that projects cannot be awarded because companies are not compliant. So please just ensure that you go to SARS, you do the registration, you go to CIDB, you do the registration, so that the contracts and the projects out there can be awarded. With opportunities comes responsibility. Contractors must deliver quality work on time, comply with standards and contractual obligations, build professional and ethical businesses. Contractor development is not the responsibility of government alone. It should also be the responsibility by contractors. Established contractors must support, partner, and mentor smaller companies. In closing, our proposal, or let me rather say, in closing, the goal is clear. To build a capable, transformed contractor base that can deliver infrastructure on time and with excellence. We are committed to walking this journey with you, not just as a regulator, but as a partner in development. Let us move forward together to unlock opportunities, strengthen capacity, and deliver infrastructure that improve lives. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you for your time. Time is money, ne? So every minute that you sat here today was a possible rand that you could have put in the bank. But you elected to attend today. Thank you so, so much. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for being part of our industry. Thank you for being a contractor. Thank you for contributing to the growth of our country. With that words, please enjoy the weekend. Travel safely home, and I hope to see you again at the next roadshow that will be held in Gauteng. To Mfuleni, at last we are here. We are always in Joburg or in Pretoria. So we've decided to come to Mfuleni to come and visit you in your area. Thank you for being a guest to this roadshow. Thank you for hosting us, and thank you for being great people. Thank you.
Okay, you have already been thanked. May you travel safe. Interpreters, thank you for the sterling work you have done. I think we won't go, trying to thank everyone, but I might say I'm quite impressed that by Friday afternoon, you are still here. That shows ukuthi niyayifuna lento.